A ship discovered deep in the Arctic ice. Her sails still up. Her deck eerily quiet. Inside, the crew sits frozen at their posts, as if death had arrived in a single breath. In the captain's cabin, a logbook lies open on the desk. The last entry, dated 13 years before the ship was found. That ship was called Octavious, and it was only the beginning. For as long as we have sailed, the sea has returned stories like this. Vessels adrift with no living soul aboard. Some arrive from the fog of legend, ships cursed to roam forever, never making port. Some are carved into history books, their fates recorded but never explained. And some, even in our own century, are steel giants left to wander thousands of miles, as if repeating the same ghostly pattern. The ocean should claim them. Storms should break them apart. Waves should bury them in silence. And yet, time and again, the sea refuses to let go. It keeps the hulls intact, lets the sails catch wind, and carries them across the world, haunted, but alive. Tonight, you and I will drift with them. Through 3 centuries of ghost ships, 30 stories that move from the age of wooden masts to modern cargo steel. We'll cross from legend to fact, from the Flying Dutchman to the Merry Celeste, from forgotten Arctic expeditions to fishing boats still found drifting today. The line between myth and history will blur. The sea does not care what is true, what is false, what is remembered or forgotten. It only carries what it chooses to carry. And so, our journey begins. With the ship that returned after 13 years, her crew frozen stiff in time. The story of the Flying Dutchman. The ghost ship that no one does not know. The ship that never makes port. The last transmission was short. 2 words only, Flying Dutchman. It came from an Australian naval vessel during World War II. One last desperate message before radio's silence swallowed ship and crew forever. No bearings, no call sign. Just the name of a ghost ship that should not exist, spoken like a curse into the static. The Cape of Good Hope has earned many names, but none more honest than its first. The Cape of Storms. Sailors who reach this southern tip of Africa, where the Atlantic and Indian Oceans crash into one another, were entering a crucible. The warm Agulhas current sweeps down from the equator, colliding head-on with the cold Benguela current rising out of Antarctica. The sea boils in cross swells, waves striking from 3 angles at once. Above, the sky can betray just as cruelly. Warm air lies over cold, turning the atmosphere into a lens. Sailors saw ships stretched and lifted into the sky, optical illusions now known as Fata Morgana. But to men without physics, these were floating phantoms. Sometimes in storms, the masts themselves glowed with St. Elmo's fire. Blue-white plasma, sparked by static charge, crawling silently over rigging like ghostly flames. For men alone in the black ocean, those lights were not science, but warning, and they gave the Cape an atmosphere of constant sorcery. To understand why the Flying Dutchman took root here, you must imagine the first Europeans who risked these waters. In 1488, the Portuguese navigator Bartolomeu Dias became the first to round the Cape. He named it the Cabo das Tormentas, the Cape of Storms, after losing men and nearly his life in its furious seas. 10 years later, Vasco da Gama followed, blazing the trade route to India, but writing that the storms here were unlike anything else on Earth. Both men paid dearly. Dias drowned off the Cape in 1500 when a sudden gale wrecked his fleet. Da Gama died far from home on another voyage east. Their deaths confirmed the Cape's reputation, a boundary where the sea demanded sacrifice. Poets gave the danger a face. The Portuguese writer Luís de Camões, in his 1572 epic Os Lusíadas, described a titan named Adamastor, cast down by the gods to guard this corner of the world. In his verse, Adamastor rises from the waves as Dias rounds the cape. Eyes hollow, visage grim, beard of sea foam, voice like thunder. He curses explorers for daring to pass, for sailors already primed to see omens in storms and stars. Adamastor was not literature. He was the sea's explanation for why so many never came back. When the Dutch followed in the 1600s, they turned the Cape into a halfway tavern on the route to the riches of Asia. The Dutch East India Company, VOC, built a fortress on the beach, the seat of Cape Town, and from there their fleet swarmed outward. Dutch ships numbered in the thousands, carrying spices, porcelain, silks, and stories. They became both admired and hated. Sailors lived brutal lives, months without land, disease festering below deck, storms tearing away friends. Fear needed a shape, and in the taverns of Table Bay, that shape became a phantom ship. Sails bleached white against black storm, crew frozen at their posts, a captain cursed by his own arrogance. He was usually given a name, Vanderdecken. One version tells of him steering into a Cape storm as his men begged him to turn back. Instead, he swore he would round the headland, even if it took until Judgment Day. Another tale places him in Zeeland, setting sail on Easter Sunday against church warnings, shouting, "If not with God, then with the devil." In every telling, the crime is the same: pride against God and defiance of the sea. The punishment fits. His ship condemned never to reach port, his men bound to an endless voyage, sails forever full but bringing him nowhere. The Flying Dutchman, seen in fog, in storm, in mirage, she became the most famous ghost ship of all. A warning, an omen. A name sailors wrote in logbooks only with reluctance, for to sight her was to invite death by wreck, by storm, or by fate. By the late 1700s, the story of the phantom ship was no longer just tavern gossip. It had found its way into books. In 1790, John MacDonald published his travels in various parts of Europe, Asia, and Africa, where he casually noted that sailors at the Cape saw the Flying Dutchman during a storm. He gave no detail, as if the legend was already common currency among seafarers, something every sailor had heard whispered on deck at night. Only 5 years later, George Barrington, a writer transported to Australia as a convict, echoed the tale in A Voyage to Botany Bay. He described a night watch where sailors swore they saw a ship bearing down on them under a press of sail. Yet when the clouds cleared, there was nothing but ocean. The idea, Barrington said, could not be erased from their minds. And so the Phantom was named. From there, the sightings multiplied. The most famous came in 1881. The British naval vessel HMS Bacchante was cruising off the Australian coast. Among the young midshipmen aboard were two princes, George and Albert, grandsons of Queen Victoria. George would one day wear the crown as King George V. At 4 a.m., 13 sailors saw it. A strange red glow on the horizon. A brig appearing in silhouette, sails taut though no wind stirred. It crossed their bow in silence, so vivid that an officer on watch rushed forward, expecting collision. But when he reached the forecastle, nothing remained. The sea lay calm, the night clear. Hours later, the lookout who had first cried the warning slipped from the mast and fell to his death. For sailors, that was no coincidence. The Dutchman, they said, had claimed another life. Throughout the 19th century, reports echoed the same motifs. A ship shining unnaturally bright, sails filled when the air was still, an apparition vanishing as suddenly as it came. Some swore it sailed above the waves, not in them. To see it was not a blessing, but a curse. Even in the 20th century, during the Iron Age of steel hulls and diesel engines, the Dutchman would not die. German U-boat crews whispered of it in World War II. One radio operator wrote in his secret log of a vessel glimpsed through periscope glass, gliding without sound. "Perhaps it is the Flying Dutchman," his lieutenant muttered. When they surfaced, the sea was empty. Was it nerves in the pressure of war? An illusion in the mist? Or the ghost of a 17th century captain still beating against the Cape? Science has offered its answers. We know now that Fata Morgana mirages, caused by layers of warm and cold air bending light, can stretch a real ship into bizarre shapes, duplicated or even lifted into the sky. To eyes tired from weeks at sea, the result looks like sorcery. A vessel flying above the horizon, sails upside down, whole fleets appearing where none exist. There is also St. Elmo's fire, a discharge of plasma on masts and rigging during storms. The glow can appear red, blue, or violet, surrounding a ship like an aura. Medieval sailors called it a blessing from saints. Others swore it was the devil's hand. Seen from afar, it could make an ordinary ship blaze like a ghost, but explanations only go so far. Why, then, do the accounts so often mention silence? Why does misfortune seem to follow those who claim to have seen it? The lookout on the Bacante, the fisherman drowned days after his sighting, the nervous U-boat men? Science describes the trick of light, but it does not explain why the story persists so stubbornly in human memory. The details grew stranger with retelling. Sailors spoke of boats sent from the Dutchman, crewed by gaunt men begging nearby ships to deliver letters home. But the letters, once accepted, would crumble into dust or bear addresses centuries out of date. To take them was to share the curse. Some whispered that Vanderdecken and his men still played dice with the devil each night, wagering eternity, their laughter carried in the wind. If the story seems too potent to be mere rumor, some historians agree. They argue the Dutchman was a weaponized myth. Consider the timing. By the 1700s, the Dutch East India Company was faltering, while Britain was rising. A story of a Dutch ship cursed for hubris, circulated in English logbooks in British ports, was a perfect insult cloaked as folklore. To the British, the Flying Dutchman was not just a phantom. It was a way to mock rivals who once ruled the waves. No surprise that Dutch records are silent on the legend. In the Netherlands, the story is oddly absent. Was the ghost born not in Dutch memory, but in British propaganda? Then again, some sailors claimed the opposite, that the company itself fanned the flames. A cursed ship that punished disobedience was useful to captains. Fear was cheaper than chains. If men believed a phantom prowled the seas, damning those who defied orders, discipline tightened without a whip. Was the Dutchman a ghost? Or a carefully planted story, passed down through official silence, never confirmed, never denied? Theories multiply. Some see in the Dutchman echoes of plague ships, vessels denied port for fear of infection, left to drift until all aboard perished. In one variant, the Dutchman's crew carried plague, and no harbor dared admit them. An image disturbingly close to modern memory. When in 2020, whole cruise liners were quarantined at sea, passengers staring at coastlines they could not touch. Newspapers called them ghost ships. If any had flown Dutch flags, they might have been called the Dutchman outright. Others look further. To them, the legend reflects a deeper truth. The sea never forgets. Every wreck, every drowned man, every oath shouted into a gale becomes part of its memory. The Flying Dutchman is not one ship, they say, but all ships that never came home, compressed into a single phantom, like the ocean's own archive of unfinished voyages. And still, the sightings persist. Fishermen off South Africa speak of a pale vessel glimpsed in fog. Tourists claim to have photographed strange shapes on the horizon. Skeptics point to mirages, to refraction, to tricks of light. But the question lingers. Why this ship? Why this story? For centuries. Perhaps because every sailor who rounds the Cape still feels the same fear. That pride can sink a man, and that some storms are never survived. The Flying Dutchman sails on, in culture as much as sea. From Wagner's opera to Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner, from Hollywood's Pirates of the Caribbean to the green glow of SpongeBob SquarePants, the ghost ship remains unmoored, free to haunt stage, screen, and sea alike. In each retelling, the details change, but the essence stays. A voyage without end, a debt unpaid, a ship forever out of reach. And so the chapter closes. The Cape of Good Hope keeps its storms, and the Dutchman keeps his curse. But across the world, in the misty channels of Chile, another phantom waits. They call it the Caleuche, a ghost ship ferry the souls of drowned sailors. Its decks are alive with music and laughter. If the Dutchman is Europe's warning, then the Caleuche is South America's answer. In the cold, foggy channels of southern Chile, sailors whisper about a ship that should not exist. They call it El Caleuche, the magic ship. Unlike the grim Flying Dutchman, the Caleuche shines brilliantly, glowing with golden light, its decks echoing with music and laughter. It appears suddenly in the mist, sails at impossible speed, and then vanishes. For centuries, the people of Caleuche have believed it carries the souls of drowned sailors, commanded by sea spirits or by sorcerers with far darker intentions. Some call it a comfort, others call it a curse. But every story agrees on one thing. When you see the Caleuche, you are never the same again. The name itself holds mystery. Scholars trace Caleuche to the Mapuche language, Calotun meaning to transform, and Che, people. In other words, the transformed ones. Others argue it comes from Calul, the human body. The very word suggests metamorphosis, and the legends match. The ship and its crew are constantly changing shape, blurring the line between human and supernatural. Descriptions of the vessel are surprisingly consistent across centuries. The Caleuche is usually depicted as a grand, white-hulled Spanish-style galleon, with 3 towering masts and 5 sails glowing as though lit from within. Its windows blaze with golden light, outshining any lantern. The water around it seems to shimmer unnaturally, as if the sea itself is caught in its glow. But the most haunting detail is sound. From miles away, fishermen report hearing music, violins, pipes, even voices singing, accompanied by laughter and the clink of goblets. It is the sound of a perpetual party. Locals claim that anyone who follows the music too closely risks being taken aboard, never to return. The party, after all, is not for the living. Some stories paint the ship as ethereal, able to transform into stone or trees, or to dive beneath the water like a whale. Others insist it can sail through solid matter, gliding silently through cliffs or even other ships. A few traditions even claim the crew can slip off the decks and reappear as dolphins or seals, escorting the phantom vessel in disguise. Reports of encounters persist well into the 20th century. In 1909, sailors aboard the Chilean naval ship Huemel wrote of seeing 2 enormous white lights hovering just above the water. The lights merged into a single blazing column of fire that moved at a speed no normal ship could achieve, between 7 and 15 miles per hour, before vanishing. 2 years later, in 1911, crew members on the Copiapó described a glowing ship that passed silently across their bow, ignoring their signals and fading into the mist. Neither sighting used the name Caleuche, but in Caleuche, everyone knew what it meant. Modern scientists point to natural explanations: St. Elmo's fire, bioluminescent plankton, optical illusions known as fata morgana. But the sailors who swore to what they saw weren't talking about tricks of the eye. They spoke of a vessel too deliberate, too structured, too alive to dismiss. And perhaps most telling is what happens when people try to get closer. Time and again, fishermen row toward the glowing ship, only for it to vanish, leaving nothing but fog. Sometimes, they say, their own boats pass straight through it, as though it was never there. What kind of illusion behaves with such precision? The more one hears these accounts, the less the Caleuche seems like a simple folktale. There is something theatrical about it, like a stage set appearing in the fog, dazzling, then gone. And it invites a darker question. Who benefits from such a story? Could smugglers or secret societies have cultivated the legend to scare locals away from certain waters? Or could the myth preserve the memory of a real vessel, a foreign ship lost centuries ago whose fate was never explained? Every myth has roots, and the Caleuche is no exception. On the islands of Caleuche, where Spanish Catholicism fused with the animist traditions of the Mapuche and Chono peoples, the sea was never just water. It was alive, ruled by spirits, gods, and creatures that decided the fate of men. According to the oldest versions of the story, the Caleuche was not built by human hands at all. It was the creation of Milalobo, the powerful sea deity of Caleuche, half man, half sea lion, crowned with kelp and shells. Milalobo ruled the oceans as second only to Kai Kai, the great serpent of the waters, and he gifted the Caleuche to his children as a living vessel. Those children were the royal family of the sea, Serena Chilota, the mermaid who lured men with beauty and song; Pincoya, the goddess of abundance, whose dances determined whether the sea would yield fish or famine; Pincoy, her brother and consort, who guided drowned souls. Together, they were said to patrol the Pacific, searching for sailors lost to storms. When they found a drowned body, they carried it to the Caleuche. There, the dead were resurrected, not as shadows, but as vigorous sailors once more, condemned or blessed to sail forever in endless celebration. Death, in this telling, was not an end but an invitation to join the crew. But like all myths, there is a darker side. In many versions, the Caleuche is not commanded by benevolent sea gods, but by the brujos chilotes, sorcerers feared in the folklore of Chiloé. These were not kindly healers, but witches bound by pacts, said to hold black Sabbaths in coastal caves. Legends claim the brujos used the Caleuche as their ghostly transport, kidnapping fishermen and coastal villagers, forcing them into eternal servitude. Those taken never returned as they were. The unlucky were transformed into invunche, monstrous beings twisted beyond recognition. Descriptions vary, but most agree on a horrifying detail. One leg twisted backward, or in some stories, fused grotesquely into the spine. These creatures, mute and mutilated, guarded the caves of the brujos and served on the phantom ship, proof of the price paid for falling into the wrong hands. Locals whispered ways to avoid such a fate. Some said the only protection was to hide beneath certain sacred trees, like the Chilean vine or the olivillo, whose branches warded off the eyes of the sorcerers. But for most, once the Caleuche appeared, escape was impossible. A third version, circulating in more modern folklore, blurs the line between the mythical and the conspiratorial. In this telling, the Caleuche is not a ghost ship of the dead, but a magical transport for the island's sorcerers themselves. Every 3 months, the brujos are said to board the glowing vessel, traveling unseen between islands, gathering power and renewing their unholy strength. It was even rumored that wealthy merchants of Caleuche struck deals with the crew, A man who suddenly became rich, or whose house inexplicably survived a catastrophe, was suspected of having welcomed the Caleuche into his home. These tales are not just idle superstition. After the devastating Valdivia earthquake of 1960, which unleashed tsunamis and leveled towns across southern Chile, locals noticed that certain houses in Chiloé remained untouched, while all around lay in ruins. Whispers spread quickly. Those families had bargained with the Caleuche. In the months after, islanders spoke of seeing merchant vessels drop anchor directly in front of these homes, like calling cards of allegiance. Whether divine ferry or witch's galley, the Caleuche embodies the fears of an isolated people, hemmed in by sea and storm. It is abundance and terror, salvation and damnation, woven into one ship. The myth of the Caleuche did not emerge in a vacuum. It grew from the isolation of the Chiloé archipelago, a world apart from mainland Chile. For centuries, these islands were cut off by stormy seas and dense forests. Life was harsh. Survival depended almost entirely on fishing, and the ocean was both larder and executioner. In such a place, it was natural that the sea became sacred, a force explained not only with practical knowledge, but with stories. When European ships began to appear in the 16th and 17th centuries, Spanish galleons, Dutch traders, the sight of massive vessels bristling with masts and glowing with lanterns must have seemed otherworldly to local eyes. These were communities that had long believed in sea spirits and transformations. So when a strange ship arrived, vanishing again into the fog, it was easily woven into the existing web of mythology. One particular name surfaces in whispered theories: the El Caleuche. Historical notes mention a Dutch vessel by that name, which reportedly vanished off the Chilean coast in the 1600s. Some folklorists argue that the word Caleuche itself may be a corruption of Caleuche. If true, then perhaps the phantom ship remembered in Chiloé's folklore is not entirely imaginary. It could be the ghost of a very real European ship, swallowed by these waters and reborn as legend. The story grew in a cultural crossroads. On the one hand, the Mapuche and Chono traditions gave the sea its pantheon. Milalobo, Pincoya, the Invunche. On the other, Spanish Catholicism introduced fear of sorcery, pacts with the devil, and eternal damnation. The result was a hybrid mythology. The Caleuche as both divine ferry for the dead and floating prison run by witches. But beyond religion, there is another layer: power and wealth. In Chiloé, sudden prosperity was always suspect. If a fisherman's nets overflowed when others starved, if a merchant's home survived disaster when neighbors crumbled, whispers would start. He had struck a deal with the Caleuche. There is also a more pragmatic theory, one that borders on conspiracy. Chiloé was historically a hub for smuggling. Its maze of inlets and channels provided perfect cover for illicit trade. According to some researchers, the legend of the Caleuche may have been deliberately spread by smugglers to keep locals away from certain waters. If villagers believed a glowing phantom ship haunted a bay, they would not dare to approach, leaving criminals free to move cargo unseen. In this reading, the laughter and music were not supernatural, but human, masked by fog and fear, mistaken for a ghostly party. So which is it? A ship built by gods? A haunted galleon crewed by the dead? Or a carefully crafted cover story for men who did not want their business disturbed? Each theory holds a piece of truth. Chiloé was, and is, a place where myth and reality blend, where isolation breeds suspicion, and where the sea's endless mysteries feed stories that become indistinguishable from fact. Across the ocean, on the far side of the world, another vessel carries a curse of its own. Unlike the festive lights of Chile's phantom galleon, this ship is bound to tragedy. A love triangle, a jealous hand at the wheel, and a voyage doomed before it ever began. Every 50 years, off the southern coast of England, sailors say the Lady Lovibond returns. Her decks are not filled with laughter, but with the echoes of betrayal and the crash of breaking timbers. Lady Lovibond. The greatest danger at sea comes from the darkness within the human heart. Off the coast of Kent, England, there lies a stretch of sea that sailors once called a graveyard. The Goodwin Sands. A shifting sandbank, invisible beneath the tide, it has swallowed more than 2,000 vessels over the centuries. For centuries, bells rang from nearby churches every time another ship went down. Their sound carried by the wind like funeral tolls across the channel. But among all the wrecks claimed by the Goodwin Sands, none is spoken of with more mystery than the Lady Lovibond. The year was 1748, and the ship was new, sleek, elegant, crafted of strong oak and rigged for a maiden voyage. She was named after her captain's bride, Lady Annetta Lovibond, for the captain, Simon Peel, intended to bring his wife aboard on their wedding day. That decision alone scandalized the sailors of his time. Maritime superstition held that bringing a woman on a ship was bad luck, that the sea would grow jealous and claim the vessel in revenge. But Peel was a man of reason, dismissing old superstitions. Love, he believed, was stronger than omens. On February 13th, 1748, the Lady Lovibond set sail from London, bound for Portugal. Her decks were decorated with flowers, wine flowed in the captain's quarters, and the crew whispered about the unusual voyage, a wedding feast at sea. For a brief moment, the Lady Lovibond seemed less like a cargo vessel and more like a floating ballroom. But beneath the joy, darker emotions brewed. Among the passengers was first mate John Rivers, a man who had long loved Lady Annetta in secret. He had lost her to Simon Peel, and on that night, jealousy gnawed at him like the tide against the hull. As the ship sailed into the channel, carrying celebration into the fog, Rivers' obsession twisted into rage. Somewhere between the clink of goblets and the sound of violins, he made his move. Seizing the helm, he steered the Lady Lovibond not toward open waters, but straight toward the Goodwin Sands. The crew's shouts came too late. The ship struck the sandbank with a thunderous crack. The hull split, timbers shattered, and the Lady Lovibond began to sink into the cold February sea. Within minutes, the wedding feast turned into a watery grave. Captain Peel, his bride, and every soul aboard were lost to the sands. It should have ended there, just another tragedy among thousands. But the Lady Lovibond would not rest. The wreck of the Lady Lovibond should have ended as another tragedy swallowed by the Goodwin Sands. But the story did not die with the waves. In fact, it was only beginning. From the start, whispers spread about the omens that had surrounded her final voyage. She had sailed on Friday the 13th, a date already cursed in maritime superstition. Worse still, a woman, indeed several women, including Annetta's attendants and even her mother, had been aboard. To sailors of the 18th century, this was an invitation for disaster. And then there was the testimony of Rivers' own mother, who confessed in court that her son had sworn revenge on the captain who had stolen Annetta from him. The official inquiry could find no storm, no natural cause for the wreck. The verdict recorded it simply as a sudden accident on a clear night. But those who had heard Rivers' threats believed otherwise. A man consumed by jealousy had delivered not only his rival, but himself into the sands. And then, 50 years later, the Lady Lovibond returned. On February 13th, 1798, the schooner Edenbridge, under Captain James Westlake, nearly collided with a three-masted vessel glowing in the twilight. Westlake swore it was no ordinary ship. He heard revelry echoing across the waves, cheers, music, the clink of glasses. Yet no distress, no signal, no crew waving frantically. Just a celebration frozen in time. He avoided impact with a hard maneuver, but as the Edenbridge passed, the phantom vessel melted into the mist. That same evening, a fishing boat off the coast reported seeing what they believed was a wreck caught on the sands. They rowed closer, ready to salvage survivors. But as they approached, the ship disintegrated into nothing but spray and silence. Sailors soon noticed a pattern. Every 50 years to the day, the Lady Lovibond was seen again. In 1848, on the centenary of her sinking, witnesses at Deal swore they saw the splintered remains of a vessel grounded on the sands. A lifeboat was launched. But as rescuers drew close, the wreck shimmered and vanished into thin air. By 1898, the legend was so well known that coastal communities half expected the ghost to appear. This time, Captain Bull Prestwick claimed he sighted the Lady Lovibond in full sail, yet bathed in an eerie green glow, as though illuminated by some unnatural lantern. She was solid, detailed, terrifyingly real. And then, in an instant, gone. The cycle seemed unbroken, each half-century marking her resurrection. 1748, the wreck. 1798, the Phantom Party. 1848, the Vanishing Wreck. 1898, the green-lit apparition. And always on February 13th, the date of her destruction. By 1948, the coast of Kent was buzzing with anticipation. If the pattern held true, the Lady Lovibond should rise again from the Goodwin Sands. 200 years to the night since her destruction. Newspapers hinted at it. Locals gathered on the shore, telescopes in hand, waiting for a phantom galleon to cut through the February fog. But nothing came. No glowing sails, no laughter across the waves. The date passed in silence. Some blamed the war years. Radar and modern shipping lanes had changed the way sailors looked at the sea. Others claimed she had appeared, but only to a few unlucky souls who kept silent. A darker theory whispered that the curse had been fulfilled, that the Lady Lovibond had finally found her rest after 2 centuries of wandering. And yet, scattered reports trickled in long after 1948. Fishermen still muttered about strange lights hovering over the sands. A pleasure craft in the mid-20th century claimed to see a 3-masted ship glowing faintly, but it never reached the press. The cycle may have faltered, but the legend never died. So what do we make of her? To skeptics, the Lady Lovibond is nothing more than a folktale, born of coincidence and carried by tradition. The Goodwin Sands are infamous for wrecks. In fog, shifting light can make real ships appear spectral. The eerie glow of St. Elmo's fire, the optical mirages of Fata Morgana, or even phosphorescent plankton could explain the ghostly visions. But there is a more unsettling possibility. What if the Lady Lovibond was never meant as just a sailor's tale? Some historians suggest that smugglers may have spread the legend deliberately, using the threat of a phantom ship to keep others away from the sands where contraband was moved. To them, the ghost story was a weapon of fear, a kind of maritime scarecrow. Others point to psychology. The shipwreck was one of the few recorded disasters caused not by storm or reef, but by human jealousy and betrayal. Every reappearance of the Lady Lovibond may have been a cultural echo, a way for coastal communities to retell the warning: beware envy, beware revenge, for they can sink even the strongest vessel. And then, of course, there are those who insist the hauntings are real. They argue that the Lady Lovibond is not a ghost ship at all, but a time slip. A vessel trapped in a repeating loop, cursed to reenact her final moments every half-century. This would explain why witnesses in 1798, 1848, and 1898 all described scenes of celebration rather than wreckage. The honeymoon feast, frozen forever, sailing endlessly into the fog. In the end, the Lady Lovibond is less a riddle to be solved and more a mirror of our fears. She is a story about how joy can turn to tragedy in an instant, about how human emotions can be as destructive as any storm. Whether she was a phantom, a trick of light, or a carefully engineered myth, her legend still drifts across the Goodwin sands. So the warning endures. If you find yourself at sea on February 13th, and you hear laughter carrying across the fog, look twice. It may not be another ship. It may be the Lady Lovibond, still celebrating a wedding feast that ended in ruin, still searching for a way to dock after nearly 3 centuries. The Lady Lovibond left behind a curse of jealousy and betrayal, forever tied to the shifting sands of England. But across the Atlantic, another ship would earn a legend just as chilling. One not of weddings and celebration, but of suffering, hunger, and fire. In 1752, off the coast of Rhode Island, locals began to speak of a phantom glow on the horizon. A ship engulfed in flames, drifting silently before vanishing into the night. They called it the Palatine Light, the story of desperate emigrants. Sailors of the 18th century feared many things: the sudden fury of a North Atlantic gale, the invisible rocks that could split a hull in seconds, the diseases that crept through crowded quarters. But few things drew more curses on the lips of mariners than the sight of Block Island rising from the sea. This small, wind-swept outpost, just 8 miles long, treeless, made of clay and sand, sat directly in the shipping lanes between Long Island and Rhode Island. To captains bound for New England's ports, it was less a destination than a hazard, a looming obstacle standing in the way of safety. Samuel Adams Drake, writing in 1883, captured the way sailors spoke of it. "I would rather be wrecked anywhere than at Block Island." It was a common saying on midnight watch, when the black bulk of the island lifted out of the surf. Men muttered it like a prayer or like a curse, depending on their mood. Why such dread? Because Block Island had a reputation. Sailors whispered that its people were wreckers, men who made their living not by farming or fishing, but by looting whatever the sea delivered. Some accused them of worse, that they hung false lights on the cliffs, luring ships onto the shoals, then killed the survivors and divided the cargo. Whether fair or not, the island was a name blackened in sea lore. It was a place where fortunes ended, where desperate families wept on the shore, where bodies were said to wash up tangled in seaweed, stripped of coin and cloth. The story begins far from New England, on the banks of the Rhine. In the summer of 1738, hundreds of poor families from the German Palatinate, farmers, weavers, tradesmen crushed by war, high taxes, and forced military service, sold what little they had for a chance at a new life. Their destination was the American colonies, where land and freedom were promised. The ship they boarded in Rotterdam was the Princess Augusta, a modest vessel commanded by Captain George Long, with just 14 sailors to manage a human cargo of nearly 240 emigrants. To English ears, she was simply the Palatine ship, after the origin of her passengers. It was a name that would soon fuse with tragedy. From the start, fortune turned against them. The water casks had been fouled. Within weeks, fever and dysentery swept through the decks. Infants perished first, then mothers, then whole families. Of the 240 souls who boarded, nearly 200 would die before the voyage's end. By autumn, the captain himself was dead, leaving command to his mate, Andrew Brooke. But Brooke was no savior. Survivors later swore he rationed food and water only in exchange for money. Those who could not pay watched their children wither. Corpses were dragged up and thrown into the Atlantic day after day. Winds drove the Augusta off course. Instead of Virginia or Philadelphia, she was forced north, battered by storm after storm. The trip stretched from weeks into 3 desperate months. The sails rotted. The hull leaked. Hope collapsed. When winter closed in, the ship was a coffin adrift. Of the hundreds who had left Germany, scarcely 90 remained alive. Then, on December 26, 1738, snow squalls parted just enough to reveal land, the low clay cliffs of Block Island. Safety, perhaps, but also doom. Brooks steered desperately for shelter. The Augusta struck at Sandy Point, her hull grating into the shoals. For the survivors, it should have been the end of their torment. Instead, it was the beginning of a legend, because no account agrees on what happened next. Some say the islanders rushed to help, bringing the starving into their homes, burying the dead with care. Others whisper they came to plunder, lighting false beacons, finishing off the helpless, and sending the burning ship back out to sea. What is certain is that the Princess Augusta never sailed again. And soon, in the dark waters north of Block Island, fishermen began to see something no storm could explain. A ship, ablaze but unconsumed, gliding silently on the horizon. The Palatine Light, the wreck of the Princess Augusta, left survivors. But it did not leave clarity. From the moment her hull shattered off Block Island, two versions of the story began to spread. One version painted the islanders as reluctant heroes. The other condemned them as murderers. Both have endured for nearly 3 centuries, feeding the fire of the Palatine legend. The one above is the merciful version. This is the savage one. It is far darker. According to oral tradition later recorded by Joseph P. Hazard and immortalized by John Greenleaf Whittier in his 1867 poem, The Palatine Wreck, the islanders did not rescue, they destroyed. In this telling, they hung false lights on shore, deliberately luring the ship onto the shoals. When the Augusta broke apart, they swarmed the deck, slaughtering or abandoning the dying immigrants, seizing what cargo remained, and, worst of all, setting the ship ablaze. A woman named Mary Vanderline, driven mad with grief, refused to leave her belongings. She went down with the burning hull, her screams echoing over the waves. From that time on, islanders said her voice returned in every winter storm. And the Palatine Light, the flaming ship seen offshore, was heaven's punishment, condemning the island for its crime. Which truth? Both versions have problems. Survivor testimony suggests some help, but it was not recorded until long after the event, and it softens Brooks' role in abandoning the passengers. Whittier's poem, meanwhile, is literature, not evidence. But it etched the murderous islanders' tale deep into American imagination. By the 19th century, Block Island's reputation was so tarnished that sailors repeated the saying, "I'd rather be wrecked anywhere than on Block Island." So, which story is true? Were the islanders merciful benefactors or greedy wreckers? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in between. Some may have brought food and shelter, while others stripped corpses or plundered cargo. Perhaps desperation and greed blurred the line. What cannot be denied is this: from tragedy, a ghost story was born. And every December, when the Palatine Light flares on the horizon, that debate is lit once again. Dr. Aaron C. Willey, 1810 to 1811. The earliest detailed account came from Dr. Aaron Willey, a Block Island resident who described his encounters in 1811. He wrote of seeing a fiery glow 6 or 7 miles off the island's north point. Sometimes it appeared small, like the light from a distant window. At other times it was as large as a full-rigged ship, flickering like a torch. In February 1810, Willey saw the light flare wide at the base, tapering sharply above, like a column of fire suspended over the water. That December, he mistook it for a vessel's lanterns until it moved against the wind, silently, parallel to the coast. What struck Willey most was not just the light itself, but the casual way islanders treated it. They had seen it so often that they barely remarked on it. For them, the phantom was part of winter life, as ordinary as storms. Benjamin Congdon in the Puritan Explanation. Born around 1788, Islander Benjamin Congdon testified that he had seen the Palatine Light 8 or 10 times or more. To him, it was no natural fire. It was divine punishment. In those days, no one doubted it came from the Almighty, to chastise the wicked who murdered passengers and crew. For Congdon's generation, the light was not illusion, but moral reckoning, a nightly reminder that blood had been shed on their shores. By the mid-19th century, the Palatine Light had become famous enough to attract poets and antiquarians. John Greenleaf Whittier's 1867 poem cemented the darker version of the tale, casting islanders as wreckers who murdered emigrants. He wrote of faces white uplifted and hands stretched out for aid. Where the surges swept them down, they had no prayer but prayed. To Whittier's readers, the image of a burning ship on Christmas Eve became irresistible. Tourists came hoping to see it. Island storytellers leaned into it. And every unexplained flare on the horizon, every strange glow in winter fog, was folded into the myth. Skeptics argued that the sightings were natural. Methane gas from the seabed, St. Elmo's fire dancing on the waves, or optical refraction known as fata morgana. But the consistency of detail, the sound of screams, the way boats sometimes passed through the light without resistance, defied easy answers. For the people of Block Island, it didn't matter. Each sighting renewed the legend. Each winter storm carried the chance of hearing Mary Vanderline's cry. And each glow on the horizon was both a warning and a confession. The sea remembers what the island tried to forget. But the cruelty of the sea did not stop there. More than a century later, on the other side of the continent, another ship met a fate so horrific that survivors swore they could still hear the screams echoing, even after the waves had closed over the deck. Unlike the Palatine, this was not a tale half real, half legend. Newspapers reported every detail. Families mourned in public. The government sent rescue ships, but all of them arrived far too late. SS Valencia, a modern ghost story. She wasn't built to be a legend. She was built to be useful. Launched in Philadelphia in 1882, SS Valencia was an iron-hulled coastal steamer of 1,598 tons and 252 feet, with 3 cargo holds and 4 watertight compartments guarding her engine and boilers. On paper, she could carry 286 passengers, make an honest 11 knots, and comply with every box inspectors like to tick. 7 lifeboats, capacity 181. 3 life rafts, 554, 368 life preservers, and a Lyle line-throwing gun with 1,500 feet of manila line. What she didn't have, what would matter most on a winter coast notorious for swallowing ships, was a double bottom and robust transverse bulkheads. Her long 30-meter forecastle also meant the bridge sat behind a wall of iron and spray. In heavy seas, the bow thundered with water so loudly that crews had to shout to be heard. By the time she came west, Valencia already had a resume. She ran the New York Caribbean route, served as a U.S. troop transport in the Spanish-American War, then spent years on the Pacific coast, a second-class steamer. Not glamorous, not fast, but steady enough for freight and ordinary lives. In January 1906, the Pacific Coast Steamship Company yanked her from her usual California-Alaska rotation to temporarily replace the city of Puebla on the San Francisco-Seattle line. Her new master, Captain Oscar M. Johnson, had been with the company 12 years, working his way up from purser. 10 days earlier, on January 6th, inspectors had gone through Valencia from stem to stern and signed off. Gear present, lifeboats and davits in working order, Lyle guns certified, crew drilled. On the dock, You could point to the manifest, to the inspection stamp, and say, safe. At 11:20 a.m. on Saturday, January 20th, 1906, Valencia cleared San Francisco under a gray winter sky, bound for Victoria and Seattle with 108 passengers, 9 officers, and 56 crew. By the time she passed Cape Mendocino early Sunday, the weather had turned thick, the old sailor's word for the kind of fog and rain that erases the horizon. You lose the sun, you lose the stars, you lose confidence. Without a celestial fix, you live by dead reckoning. Course on the compass, time on the log, miles estimated through a sea that lies to you. Out there, the coast is a trap with 2 jaws. To starboard, a lee shore of black basalt and uncharted teeth. To port, the emptiness of the North Pacific. You thread for the opening between them, the Juan de Fuca Strait, and if your math is right, you'll see the Umatilla lightship where it should be. If your math is wrong, the coast will correct you. Through Sunday night into Monday, the wind veered southwesterly, pushing at Valencia's starboard quarter, and a north-setting current, about 3 knots, took hold of her hull like a gloved hand. Inside the wheelhouse, pencils scratched, estimates were adjusted, allowances made. Captain Johnson calculated that around 9:30 p.m. on Monday, January 22nd, they ought to be abeam of the lightship. Then, the deck crew would heave the lead and sound depth to confirm their approach. They never saw the lightship. They never saw any light at all. At 11:50 p.m., Valencia ran past the unseen gate of Juan de Fuca, 20 miles farther north than her officers believed, and felt not a channel, but the first bite of rock. The reef was one of many scattered along the southwest coast of Vancouver Island, a shore breaker's paradise later branded the graveyard of the Pacific. The ship struck, lifted on a heavy swell, came off, then struck again. The first impact stove in the bottom plating near the midship's hold, flooding it. The second heaved her over and drove her inshore. In the gale's black roar, Captain Johnson made a choice that many masters make when they feel the numbers slipping away. Run for the beach. Better to let the hull die in shallow water than sink in the dark with boats still hanging and passengers trapped below. Valencia grounded intentionally a second time, stern to, bow pointing seaward in about 4 fathoms, less than 100 yards off a cliff that rose 100 feet straight up and wore a crown of dripping spruce. There was no beach, just surge, ledges, and the long white breath of combers detonating over stone. On the ridge above, a military straight telegraph line strung through cedar tops connected Carmona Point to Cape Beale and Bamfield. To anyone who could find it, civilization was inches overhead. To everyone on Valencia, it may as well have been stars. When the engine stopped, the dynamos died. The ship went black. No electricity, no masthead beacon, no steady light to gather human beings to human voices. Per standing orders, Captain Johnson had the deck crew lower 6 lifeboats from the boat deck down to the promenade and lash them off. Pre-staged, not launched. The sea at the davits was a vertical maw. He would not send families into that without control. But fear is its own officer. In the churn and scream of spray, passengers spilled toward the boats. Some shouted that they saw lights on shore. Others cried that the ship was sinking. In the pitch dark, boat crews at the falls mistook the crowd's desperation for orders and began lowering. Within 30 minutes, every pre-staged boat was gone, not embarked by command, but swallowed by the sea. One boat was overloaded. A slip in the afterfall dropped her stern, spilling 20+ into black water. 2 more cockbilled, one end hung, the other dropped, flipping their passengers into the surf. Of the 3 that actually reached the water upright, with roughly 50 souls between them. One vanished into the night and was never accounted for. The other two capsized in the breakers. A scattering of men managed to swim for rocks and cling there until the cold unstitched their fingers. 12 made the beach alive. 3 of those were taken by a single wave moments after they stood. On the torn iron of the forecastle, people clung to rigging, pressed into any shelter the deck houses could give. Somewhere in the chaos, a woman, nobody ever learned her name, sang to a child. The words were snatched away by wind, but the tune survived in testimony, the way tunes do. Later, one survivor would write that the sounds of that night, the screams of women and children, braided with the wind's whistle, the rain's hiss, and the sea's iron-throated roar, formed a single note he carried for the rest of his life. Tuesday, January 23rd, came with a gray that was not mercy. In daylight, the geography revealed itself. Valencia lay wedged off a ledge below a green wall, with no runout, no sand, no slope, only vertical. The forward superstructure was already pulped by combers. Every few sets, a larger wave reached higher. Unroofing rooms, tearing off ventilators, slamming timbers across the deck like scythes. Around 9 a.m., the crew manned the Lyle gun on the hurricane deck and started firing messenger lines toward the cliff. The first snarled and parted. The second arced clean over the brink and into the forest beyond. A line over land at last. A third was held in reserve as the last hope of a breeches buoy. Out of sight to the northwest, 9 survivors from the night's boat mishaps had dragged themselves onto a boulder-strewn pocket of shore. At first light, led by a passenger named Frank F. Bunker, a school administrator en route to Seattle, they scrambled and clawed their way up the 100-foot bluff into dripping forest. There, almost miraculously, they found the telegraph line threaded through the trees. Believing, wrongly, that Valencia lay on the Washington coast near Cape Flattery, the little party turned left, hacking inland toward help that didn't exist in that direction. Had they turned right, a short walk, they would have intersected the very spot where the Lyle gun's line had fallen. A breeches buoy could have been rigged from cliff to ship. A bridge of rope could have opened. A lot of ifs were born in that alder thicket. Bunker's party fought the brush and flood-swollen creeks until they reached the shack of a telegraph lineman on the Darling River around mid-afternoon. There, Bunker found a field phone spliced in and, after repeated failures, got Carmen a point. Messages leapt to Bamfield, then to Victoria, then outward by wire. 15 hours after Valencia struck, the outside world finally knew. On the ship, Captain Johnson organized one last deliberate launch. The final lifeboat, with bosun Timothy J. McCarthy and 5 men, went over the side, punched through the combers, and pulled away to the northwest to look for a reachable beach. Then run overland back to the cliff with word and, they hoped, a plan. They made shore near Pachena Bay around 12:30 p.m., stumbled onto the life-saving trail, a rough predecessors of today's West Coast Trail, and a sign that read, 3 miles to Cape Beale. Only then did the survivors understand. This wasn't Washington at all. It was Vancouver Island. Afternoon brought a teasing lull. 2 seamen tried to swim a line for the breeches buoy. Both were beaten back by the cross-chop and the morbid drift of bodies and wreckage. As evening fell, the wind returned southeasterly, hammering the wreck through a second night. The crew stretched canvas over the hurricane deck to shelter women and children. The last dry space in the saloon deck took in as many men as it could hold. Above them, the rig groaned. The funnels shivered on their stays, and the black cliff backdropped it all like a theater set for an ending. What struck everyone who lived through those hours was not just the violence of the sea, but the sense of time stretching. 36 hours of watching doom arrive plank by plank, wave by wave. The sea, indifferent, kept its schedule. On the ridge above, rescuers finally arrived. Linemen and lighthouse keepers who had followed the telegraph trail through sodden forest. They reached the bluffs too late to intervene. From the cliff edge, they saw men, women, and children clinging to the rigging, crying for help. But there was no way down the sheer face, no rope long enough to span the gulf. The witnesses could only watch as the sea made its claim. Meanwhile, offshore, 3 ships had answered the alarm: the passenger liner Queen, the tug Tsar, and the salvage steamer Salvor. Crews aboard these vessels reported seeing survivors on Valencia's deck and in the shrouds, waving frantically. Yet the uncharted seabed and heavy seas kept them more than a mile away. To close that distance meant risking their own hulls on the same hidden reefs. Rockets and Lyle gunshots crossed the air, but no line ever reached. One rescuer later said it was like watching a house burn with the people still inside and being held back by glass. By Wednesday morning, desperation forced one final attempt. 2 rafts were lowered. On the second, crewmen pleaded with women to board. They refused. Survivors later recalled the women gathering with children beneath a torn canvas, voices rising in "Nearer, my God, to thee." The hymn floated over the roar of the surf, a moment so haunting that newspapers compared it to the Titanic, though this was 6 years earlier. At midday, those watching from the cliffs saw the end. A single enormous breaker struck Valencia broadside, tearing away her remaining upper works. Around 40 people still clung to the masts and rails. All were swept into the foam. Some were dashed against rocks, others drifted out to sea, life jackets bobbing in white water until cold silenced them. The rescuers on shore could do nothing but turn away. Of roughly 173 souls aboard, only 37 survived, all men. Every woman and every child perished. 33 bodies were recovered. The rest were never found. Captain Oscar Johnson disappeared with his ship. Those who lived praised his composure to the last. News spread by telegraph and wire services within hours. Across the Pacific Northwest and beyond, headlines called Valencia the Titanic of the Pacific coast. Editorials demanded answers. Why were lifeboat drills never held? Why was there no wireless set? Why were rescue stations so far apart? In Seattle and San Francisco, grieving families gathered on piers, scanning each ship that returned for names that never appeared. The sea had claimed another ship for the graveyard of the Pacific. But Valencia would not rest quietly in wreckage. In the years that followed, her story twisted into something more unsettling, a ghost that refused to vanish. 6 months after the wreck, a Nucha Nulth fisherman named Caleuche Tom claimed he and his wife discovered something grim in a sea cave near Baychimo Bay. Inside lay one of Valencia's missing lifeboats, but it wasn't empty. 8 skeletons sat still in the seats, oars fallen from their hands, as if frozen in their final desperate attempt to row towards safety. Local lore says the couple fled in horror. By the time others arrived, the cave was empty, no lifeboat, no bones, nothing. Was this a tall tale told around coastal fires? Perhaps. But the detail, the exact number of skeletons, the location of the cave, was so precise that it wormed its way into every retelling of the Valencia's fate. Skeptics say the story was invented, a macabre exaggeration. Yet for many, the idea that survivors had actually reached land only to die slowly in darkness captured the cruelty of the disaster in a way the official reports never could. Then came the strangest sighting of all. Survivors rescued aboard the SS City of Topeka swore that as their ship steamed away from the wreck site, they saw something uncanny in their own smoke. As the black plume rose from Topeka's funnels, the shape of a ship emerged within it. Rigging, masts, hull, like a photograph developing in mid-air. The form was unmistakable. The Valencia. Even stranger, another vessel approaching from the distance was said to have seen her as well, not as smoke, but as a spectral ship bearing down on them, crewed not by men, but by skeletons clinging to the rigging. In some tellings, Topeka even received a phantom telegraph from the Valencia as she passed by, as though the doomed liner was still sending distress calls long after she had sunk. Maritime historians dismiss these tales as sailors' superstition, metaphors stretched into myth. But the reports were specific, published in papers of the era and repeated by eyewitnesses who had no reason to embellish. The sightings didn't stop. In 1910, the Seattle Times reported that sailors once again saw the Valencia, this time perched on rocks near Baychimo Point, her hull intact, her decks crowded with ghostly figures. By the time rescuers rowed closer, she was gone. In 1933, nearly 30 years after the sinking, one of Valencia's lifeboats was found adrift in Barkley Sound. Lifeboat number 5 had survived the Pacific's fury in almost perfect condition. The paint was still visible, the wood intact, as if it had been launched yesterday. It should have rotted to nothing in less than a decade, yet here it was, carried ashore like an artifact from a ship that refused to die. Today, part of that boat rests in the Maritime Museum in Victoria, a physical reminder that the Valencia's story had not been swallowed by the sea. But for many, the most chilling detail was not the boat itself. It was its emptiness. No bodies, no bones, just silence, as if the passengers had simply vanished. Fishermen along Vancouver Island's coast began reporting strange lights at sea, especially in stormy weather. They spoke of lifeboats rowed by skeletons, or of a black hull that appeared and disappeared in the waves. The lights were sometimes written off as St. Elmo's fire or phosphorescent plankton, but the locals insisted it was Valencia. The stories weren't just folklore, they were guilt. Every account of her sinking emphasizes the same horrifying truth. Rescuers watched from the cliffs as passengers clung to the rigging, screaming for more than a day. They could see women and children, but they couldn't reach them. When the final wave swept them all away, the witnesses carried that memory for life. What easier way to cope than to say Valencia never truly sank? That her passengers lived on, at least as phantoms, sailing forever in the storms? In the Southern Ocean, something even stranger was left behind. A ship not witnessed in its death, but discovered long after, frozen in silence, with her crew still on deck. Ghost ship Jenny. In 1822, the brig Jenny departed her home port on the Isle of Wight. Jenny was no mighty warship or famous naval vessel. She was only a 2-masted brig, modest in size, designed for long-distance voyages, but never built to endure the extremes of the Southern Ocean. Her origins remain obscure. Some records suggest Jenny began as a merchant ship before being pressed into polar waters. A few accounts describe her as British. Others claim she came from the small Baltic ports that supplied much of the global whaling industry. But one fact is certain. Jenny was never a ship meant to challenge Antarctica. The early 19th century was a golden yet brutal age for whaling and sealing. The demand for oil, skins, and ivory pushed ships farther south than ever before. Crews risked nameless waters in search of fortune, but many never returned. Icebergs drifted like fortresses, storms struck without warning, and maps were little more than guesses. On Jenny's deck, there was more than cargo. There was something far more personal. The captain's young wife, their loyal German shepherd, and a crew steering into the treacherous waters of the South Atlantic. Jenny's mission was simple: hunt whales, fill the hold, and return home. But fate was writing a logbook darker than any sailor could imagine. By 1823, while attempting to round Cape Horn on the way back, Jenny sailed into the most dangerous waters on Earth, the Drake Passage. There, the Pacific and Atlantic collide in endless fury. Icebergs drifted like roaming fortresses. Winds howled without ceasing. And somewhere in those bone-chilling gusts, Jenny was sighted for the last time. Then, silence. For the families back in England, Jenny was declared missing. Just another name added to the endless list of ships swallowed by the southern seas. 17 years passed. In September 1840, the British whaler Hope was crossing those same deadly waters. The sea was iron gray, the wind sharp as knives, when a lookout cried out, "Sail to starboard!" Through the mist, they saw a brig locked against a wall of ice near King George Island. At first, it appeared to be just another derelict wreck, battered but still afloat. But then, the crew of the Hope froze, because on Jenny's deck, figures seemed to be standing, shapes lined along the rail, as if the ship were still alive, as if her crew were still on duty. But as Hope drew near, horror replaced wonder. The men were not standing watch. They were corpses, frozen stiff, locked forever in their final postures, faces pale, eyes glazed in ice. Captain Brighton of the Hope was the first to step aboard. His boots scraped across the frost-covered planks. Silence. Absolute silence. No creak of rigging, no whisper of wind through canvas. Below deck, in the captain's cabin, he found the most dreadful sight. Seated neatly at his desk, head bowed over an open logbook, was Jenny's captain. In his hand, the quill was still wedged between frozen fingers. The last entry was dated May 4th, 1823. No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. Beside him lay the body of a woman, believed to be his wife. And at their feet, their faithful dog, turned to stone. Across the ship, sailors were found in their coats, preserved in the exact positions where they had fallen 17 years earlier, as though time itself had frozen aboard Jenny. The crew of the Hope whispered in disbelief. Some accounts claim they buried the dead at sea, casting the men, the woman, and the dog into the waves, then setting Jenny ablaze to break the curse. Others insist they dared not touch anything, only taking the logbook before fleeing, leaving Jenny to drift as a floating tomb in the ice. Captain Brighton himself later said that when he looked upon Jenny's captain, it felt as though the man were still alive. The story was too dreadful, too strange to remain offshore. In 1862, the German magazine Globus published the entire account. The anonymous author claimed to be one of the sailors from the Hope, recounting what they had seen with their own eyes. Globus, a respected 19th century journal of science and travel, gave the tale a weight far beyond dockside rumor. And so, Jenny became legend, her fate retold in ports across the world. Skeptics argue the story was pure invention. No logbook was ever produced, no wreckage ever found. Yet the persistence of the details, the final date, the frozen crew, the captain with pen in hand, makes the tale impossible to dismiss. Once printed, Jenny was no longer just another lost whaler. She was the ghost ship of the ice, forever drifting in the Southern Ocean. The more you think about it, the harder it is to dismiss. Small vessels often slipped past the great registers owned by merchants or smugglers who never filed official papers. And ships becoming trapped in Antarctic ice was no fantasy. A century later, Shackleton's Endurance would prove how real that fate could be. Wood splintering, men marooned, months spent in the grip of glaciers. Why not the Jenny in 1823. The deaths described, starvation, scurvy, poisoned water, were not inventions. They were the old, familiar enemies of sailors, etched into maritime history again and again. The captain's final words sound haunting precisely because they fit too well with what we know. Today, Jenny's name still marks the map. On King George Island, a sheer cliff rising from the sea was named Jenny's Buttress in 1960, in memory of the legend. And in whispers, sailors still recall her. A ship that left port in 1822, vanished in 1823, and returned in 1840, only to disappear once more into the ice. A ship whose crew never came home, but whose story has never stopped setting sail. If Jenny is the ghost ship of Antarctica, frozen in the Drake Passage, with her captain's last words still etched on the page, then what follows is her northern sister, Octavious. But unlike Jenny, the legend of the Octavious did not begin in the 19th century, but in the very age of sail, nearly half a century earlier. And its fate was tied to one of the greatest gambles in maritime history, the dream of conquering the Northwest Passage. The year was 1775, and the fishing grounds off the icy coast of Greenland were as bleak as ever. The whaler Herald, a sturdy ship hardened by years in the Arctic, cut through the gray waters with her crew alert for signs of whales or drifting ice. Instead, they stumbled upon a sight that left them frozen in silence. A solitary ship, locked fast in a wall of sea ice, her masts leaning, her sails tattered yet still stubbornly clinging to the spars. At first glance, the crew assumed they had found the skeleton of a wreck, just another carcass of wood swallowed by the Arctic's cruelty. But as the Herald drew nearer, details began to unsettle them. The hull bore the scars of long imprisonment in the ice, yet was not shattered. The rigging, though stiff with frost, appeared eerily intact, as though the ship were waiting for orders. Against the howl of the wind, the frozen timbers groaned with a sound that seemed almost like human voices echoing back. Curiosity overcame fear. Captain Warrens of the Herald gave the order to lower a boat. Rowing across the black water, the boarding party braced themselves. As they climbed onto the stranger's deck, the crack of ice beneath their boots rang like the snapping of brittle bones. And then they saw them. Figures, not wreckage, not corpses scattered in ruin, but people. The entire crew of the mysterious vessel still sat or lay in their places, as though life had been extinguished in the middle of ordinary tasks. One sailor leaned against the rail, hands frozen around a rope. Another bent over a tinderbox, caught forever in the gesture of striking a flame when death struck him down. Below deck, the air was heavy with death, carrying the stench of salt and decay beneath the years of ice. In the captain's cabin, the horror deepened. A man sat upright in his chair, bundled in thick clothes, his hand still holding a pen poised over an open logbook. His face, gaunt, pale, frozen, looked more like stone than flesh, and nearby, beneath blankets, lay the stiff bodies of a woman and a child, believed to be his wife and son. The sailors of the Herald recoiled, their bones chilled. The logbook bore the date November 11th, 1762, 13 years earlier. If those words were genuine, this ship had not merely wrecked in the Arctic. She had drifted across it for more than a decade, her crew frozen, yet somehow preserved, as though time itself had stopped aboard her. Sound familiar? A ship locked in ice, a captain discovered at his desk, pen still in hand, frozen in the act of writing. But this was not the Antarctic legend of Jenny, stumbled upon by chance in the Drake Passage. This was something older, colder, the tale of the Octavious. Found off Greenland in 1775, but lost since 1762, 13 years before. Octavious came first, decades earlier, and in the opposite hemisphere. Jenny was said to have vanished in the 1820s and reappeared in 1840. Octavious was reported lost in 1762 and found in 1775. The parallel is so precise that some scholars have wondered whether we are looking at two separate tragedies, or only one archetype, retold to fit new oceans. That repetition speaks volumes. Sailors feared the polar seas not only for storms or starvation, but for what the ice represented. The possibility that life itself could stop in the midst of motion. In an age before insulated ships and modern icebreakers, both the Arctic and Antarctic were seen as traps waiting to spring shut. A story of a captain with his pen halted on the page, or a family huddled under blankets, never to wake again. Condensed that fear into a single image. Not gore or violence haunted these legends, but the idea of continuity cut short, of time itself interrupted. For 18th and 19th century sailors, that was more terrifying than blood. Yet the differences between the two tales matter. Octavius is tied to ambition, the captain's fatal decision to gamble on the Northwest Passage, a route no European ship had survived. Jenny, by contrast, is a story of endurance collapsing. Supplies gone, water spoiled, and a log ending with the words, "No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive." One tale warns against hubris, the other against despair. Set beside each other, they sketch a form of maritime folklore in which the poles mirror one another. The Arctic punishes boldness. The Antarctic punishes exhaustion. Not all historians accept the stories at face value. Octavius does not appear in official British registers. The logbook supposedly recovered from her has never been produced. The earliest detailed account of her discovery surfaced only in the 1820s, half a century after the event. Jenny fares no better. Her tale rests on a single anonymous testimony, published in a German magazine in 1862, decades after the events it described. Both, in a sense, are ghost ships of the archives, vessels with no paper trail. Even so, the legends refuse to vanish, and their persistence raises questions. Some suggest the whalers of the Herald or the Hope may have stumbled upon ordinary wrecks, salvaged what they could, and spun encounters into tales of frozen tableaus to deflect suspicion. Others argue that ships like Jenny may have operated outside legal registries, smuggling cargo or whaling illegally, which would explain the lack of records. And there is always the possibility that 19th century publishers, hungry for sensational copy, stitched rumor and imagination into stories designed to sell. The sea, after all, has always been generous with mystery and merciless with proof. But fiction or fact, Octavius and Jenny reveal a deeper truth about the age of sail. They show how sailors imagined the poles not as coordinates on a chart, but as thresholds into silence. In these tales, venturing too far north or south was not only to risk wreck, it was to risk becoming part of the ice, a perpetual exhibit for the next unlucky ship to pass. The captain frozen with pen in hand was no longer a man, but a warning. Beyond a certain latitude, time belonged to the sea, and if the frozen crew legends chilled sailors by showing death still intact, then the next great ghost ship of the 19th century unsettled them in the opposite way. A vessel perfectly seaworthy, ready to sail, yet utterly empty. We move to the mid-Atlantic, where an American brigantine named Mary Celeste. The scene opens in December 1872, in the rocky harbor of Gibraltar. Dock workers and curious locals crowd the pier as a battered brigantine is towed in, her sails ragged, her timbers creaking. At first glance, she looks like any other weary vessel limping into port. But whispers ripple through the onlookers. There is no captain at the helm. No crew shouts orders. No passengers wave from the deck. The ship, astonishingly, has sailed herself across hundreds of miles of ocean. Her name, painted on the stern, reads Mary Celeste. And aboard her, nothing waits but silence. The cargo is untouched, the food stores remain, and the logbook ends abruptly. But the captain, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter, and the 7 sailors who should have been aboard, 10 souls in all, are gone, leaving not even a footprint to explain their fate. It was a story unlike any other of its age. Ships disappeared often in the 19th century. Some went down in storms, others collided. Many simply vanished into fog and time. But to find a vessel intact, with her sails still set and her voyage unfinished, yet with every human being missing, this was an anomaly that unsettled even the most hardened sailors. From that day forward, the Mary Celeste became a byword for maritime mystery, a ghost ship whose riddle endures. But to understand why this vessel in particular became so infamous, we have to step back in time, back to her birth, when she bore another name and already seemed to carry a curse. She began life not as the Mary Celeste, but as Amazon, built in 1860 on the rugged shores of Nova Scotia. Her birthplace, Spencer's Island on the Bay of Fundy, was a small but proud community defined by timber, tides, and the tradition of shipbuilding. The Bay of Fundy is legendary for having the highest tides in the world, and the rhythm of those tides shaped life for the shipwrights. They relied on the spring surges to launch their wooden creations into the sea. The man behind Amazon was Joshua Dewis, a local shipbuilder with ambition larger than the humble schooners that usually came from the region. Together with the Spicer family, timber merchants and his relatives by marriage, he set about constructing a brigantine nearly 100 feet long, a substantial vessel for the community. Unlike the small coasters that carried produce from one village to another, Amazon was meant for transatlantic trade. She was built from local spruce, pine, and birch, shaped by axe and saw, with little more than hand-drawn plans. The community rallied around her construction. Workers lived in the homes of the investors, sharing meals with their families, while lumberjacks felled trees just yards from the slipway. In December 1860, Amazon slid into the icy waters on her first launch. She was the pride of Spencer's Island, expected to bring profit and prestige to her builders. But from the very beginning, her story was shadowed by misfortune. Her first captain, Robert McClellan, had recently married and dreamed of a career at sea with his new command. Yet before Amazon even cleared the Bay of Fundy, McClellan fell gravely ill with pneumonia. The ship was forced back to Spencer's Island, where the young captain was carried ashore to the home of investor Jacob Spicer. Within days, he was dead. The Amazon's maiden cargo, before she had ever crossed the Atlantic, was the body of her own captain delivered back to his grieving bride. It was a grim omen. Locals muttered that the ship was cursed from her very launch. Still, commerce demanded she sail, and a new captain took her to London with a hold full of lumber. But again, misfortune struck. In the busy English Channel, Amazon collided with another brig, sinking the smaller vessel. Though lives were spared, her reputation darkened. For the next few years, Amazon wandered the Atlantic under various captains, carrying cargo between the Mediterranean, the West Indies, and her Nova Scotian home. She was seaworthy, but accidents dogged her. In 1867, under Captain William Thompson, she grounded in a gale off Cape Breton Island. Her owners, weary of endless repairs, abandoned her. Quickly, suspiciously quickly, she was salvaged by new investors. Rumors spread that Captain Thompson himself had schemed to profit from the wreck. From there, Amazon passed through new hands. Auctioned in New York, refitted, and renamed, she emerged in 1869 as the Mary Celeste. Her new owner, Richard Haynes, claimed he had rebuilt her so thoroughly she was practically a new ship. In truth, she was the same troubled brigantine with a new coat of paint and a new identity. The name Mary Celeste carried a celestial ring, Mary of Heaven. Yet for sailors who knew her past, she was still the unlucky Amazon beneath the boards. By the early 1870s, she came under the ownership of James Winchester and Captain Benjamin Briggs, a respected American seafarer with nearly 2 decades of experience. Briggs, deeply religious and steady in temperament, had decided to take his wife Sarah and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia on his first voyage with the ship. Perhaps he believed the vessel's unlucky history could be redeemed under his command. Or perhaps he simply trusted his seamanship enough to master whatever fate had cursed the brigantine from the start. What followed, of course, was the disappearance that would seal the Mary Celeste's place in legend. By the autumn of 1872, the Mary Celeste lay moored at Pier 50 on the East River in New York City. Among the countless vessels crowding the harbor, she didn't stand out. Just another merchant brigantine preparing for a transatlantic run. Yet for Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, this voyage was no routine crossing. It was his first command of the Mary Celeste, and in many ways, the culmination of his life at sea. Briggs was 40 years old, a veteran sailor from a family with deep maritime roots. His ancestors had crossed on the Mayflower. Others had fought in the American Revolution. He himself had commanded ships for nearly 2 decades and earned a reputation as steady, devout, and fair. Friends described him as dignified, almost austere, but also deeply kind. A man who carried a Bible at sea and whose letters were filled with concern for his family's welfare. Unlike many captains, Briggs didn't want to leave his family behind. His wife, Sarah, was his childhood sweetheart, and on this voyage she and their young daughter Sophia, just 2 years old, would accompany him. Their 8-year-old son, Arthur, stayed behind in Massachusetts with grandparents, a separation that tugged at Briggs' heart. More than once in his final letters, he wondered if he had made a mistake leaving Arthur behind, and considered sending for the boy to join them. But school, he reasoned, must come first. Alongside the Briggs family were 7 crewmen carefully chosen for the voyage. Briggs was meticulous about who sailed under him. His first mate, Albert Richardson, was experienced and trustworthy. The second mate, Andrew Gilling, came from New York, while the cook, Edward Head, was newly married and eager to provide for his family. 4 Prussian sailors rounded out the complement: the Lorenzen brothers, Volkert and Boy, Arian Martens, and Gottlieb Gudschall. They were described as strong, reliable, if somewhat simple men. And then there was the ship's small mascot, the family cat, affectionately nicknamed Pua Poo by little Sophia. For Sarah, the presence of her child in the family pet turned the Mary Celeste into something like a floating home. In her letters written before departure, she described evenings filled with music from a melodeon, cozy meals, and quiet moments on deck watching the city lights shimmer on the East River. Yet beneath the domestic warmth, there was tension. The cargo being loaded into the Mary Celeste's hold was volatile. 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, bound for Genoa, Italy. The barrels, laid on their sides and wedged with wooden spacers, would be stable enough in calm seas. But the crew knew that alcohol was a dangerous freight. Its vapors could escape even from sealed casks, building into fumes that might ignite with a single spark. Transporting it across the stormy Atlantic was a task that demanded vigilance. On November 5, 1872, the Mary Celeste cast off from New York. But thick fog and rough weather forced Briggs to anchor near Staten Island for 2 days. During this pause, Sarah wrote her final letter to her mother-in-law, describing how the ship was in beautiful trim and how she hoped for a safe passage. By November 7th, the weather cleared, and the Mary Celeste set sail into the open Atlantic, her white sails straining against the wind. Not far away, another brigantine prepared to follow almost the same course. The Dei Gratia, commanded by Captain David Morehouse, departed Hoboken, New Jersey on November 15th, carrying petroleum, also bound for Genoa. The Dei Gratia was smaller, slower, and left 8 days behind the Mary Celeste. Still, the two ships shared more than a destination. Both had been built in Nova Scotia, and rumor held that Briggs and Morehouse were acquaintances, perhaps even friends. Some later storytellers would claim the two captains had dined together in New York before departure, though this remains unproven. As the two ships made their way eastward, the Atlantic reminded them why it was both highway and graveyard. November seas were unforgiving. Storms lashed both vessels. For days on end, hatches were battened down, sails reefed, crews tossed about in their bunks. The Dei Gratia endured constant gales and heavy rain, forcing her men to stay below deck for long stretches. It is almost certain the Mary Celeste, on a parallel course, was battered by the same storms. Inside her cabins, Sarah Briggs must have struggled to keep Sophia calm as the brigantine pitched violently. The little girl's impressions remained on her small bed, marks still visible when the ship was later found. But through those weeks, life aboard was otherwise ordinary. The logbook entries, carried out in Briggs's careful hand, recorded progress steadily. Course, winds, daily notes. Nothing suggested alarm. On November 25th, the Mary Celeste was sighted near the Azores, about 400 miles west of Portugal. That was the last confirmed record of the ship with her crew alive. 10 days later, she would be found wandering the sea like a phantom. The afternoon of December 4th, 1872, the crew of the brigantine Dei Gratia spotted an unfamiliar sail about 5 miles off their port bow. The vessel moved erratically, drifting rather than steering, her canvas hanging ragged in the wind. Captain David Morehouse raised his spyglass. Something was off. The ship was underway, but no one stood at the helm. At first, sailors murmured that it might be a trick, a decoy set by pirates. In that era, piracy had not disappeared from the Atlantic. But the longer Morehouse studied the vessel, the stranger it seemed. She carried no distress signals, showed no signs of fire or collision, and yet she yawed clumsily across the swells. The sails were partly furled, partly torn. This was not a ship under command. After repeated hails went unanswered, Morehouse ordered a boarding party. His first mate, Oliver DeVoe, and second mate, John Wright, with a seaman named John Johnson, rowed across the waves. As they climbed aboard the derelict, a hush fell. The name on the stern read, Mary Celeste. The deck was empty. Ropes hung slack. A portion of railing on the port side had been removed as if to lower a small boat. That boat was now missing. Otherwise, the brigantine was intact. Below deck, the scene was even more unsettling. In the captain's cabin, the Briggs family's belongings lay neatly in place. Clothing, toys, even Sarah Briggs's sewing machine. Everything remained untouched. The beds were unmade, impressions of bodies still visible, including the small outline of 2-year-old Sophia. On the table, charts and logbooks recorded the voyage up to November 24th, 10 days earlier. A slate with rough notes suggested a final entry on November 25th, the Mary Celeste near Santa Maria in the Azores. Then, nothing. There were no signs of violence. No blood, no weapons drawn, no struggle. Food and water enough for 6 months were still in the hold. The cargo of 1,701 barrels of alcohol was almost entirely intact, except for 9 casks found empty, likely due to seepage, as they were made from porous red oak rather than white oak like the rest. Even the ship's cat, Pua Poo, was gone. What was left unsettled the men of the Dei Gratia most. 3.5 feet of water sloshed in the bilge. Not catastrophic, but alarming if misjudged. The pumps worked perfectly, though one sounding rod, the tool for measuring water in the hold, lay on deck, jury-rigged and abandoned. To some historians, this was the clue. Perhaps Briggs believed the ship was sinking faster than it really was. For the crew of the Dei Gratia, the mystery mattered less than the prize. Salvaging a ship like this promised a reward equal to a portion of its value, a fortune in salvage law. Morehouse ordered DeVoe to sail the Mary Celeste to Gibraltar, 600 miles east, while the Dei Gratia followed. It was no small feat. With only 3 men, DeVoe managed to rig new sails, pump the bilge, and coax the Mary Celeste across stormy seas. By December 13th, both ships limped into Gibraltar Harbor, one carrying its crew, the other carrying only silence. What followed was chaos. The British Vice Admiralty Court convened to investigate, led by Attorney General Frederick Solly Flood, a man whose sharp eye for fraud was matched only by his flair for drama. From the moment the case crossed his desk, Solly Flood suspected foul play. Ships did not simply sail themselves across the Atlantic, intact, with their crews vanishing into thin air. His suspicions fell immediately on the Dei Gratia. Was this salvage too perfect? Could Morehouse and his crew have murdered Briggs and his family, then staged the Mary Celeste's abandonment to collect salvage money? The court examined every inch of the brigantine. Under Briggs's bed, they found a sword. At first, investigators claimed it bore bloodstains, proof perhaps of mutiny or slaughter. But chemical tests revealed no trace of blood, only rust. Other rumors flew that the pumps had failed, that there were cuts in the bow, that Morehouse's men had conspired. Each detail was examined, refuted, or muddied in testimony. The crew of the Dei Gratia pressed their claim for salvage, but Solly Flood hesitated. To grant them the full reward would be to endorse their innocence, and he remained unconvinced. In the end, they received only 1/5 the ship's value, far less than expected, a judgment laced with suspicion. As for the Mary Celeste, she sat in Gibraltar's harbor, her reputation already poisoned. Newspapers across Europe seized on the story. A ghost ship, drifting alone across the Atlantic, her crew vanished without trace. This was fodder for an age fascinated by both progress and the supernatural. Yet the facts remained brutally stark. 10 souls had set out from New York. None were ever seen again. From the moment the Mary Celeste was towed into Gibraltar, theories bloomed like storm clouds. How could a vessel in near-perfect condition be deserted without a trace? The more investigators looked, the stranger it became. And the longer the story spread, the more it transformed. From a maritime puzzle into one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in history. The most grounded theory begins with the cargo itself. 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol. Alcohol was dangerous, not only because of its flammability, but because of the gases it produced. 9 barrels had been found empty, those made of porous red oak, more prone to leakage. Could vapors have seeped through the hold, filling the air with explosive fumes? Some historians argue that on November 25, 1872, Captain Briggs opened the hatches to vent the fumes. The sudden rush of gas may have caused the ship to groan and creak violently, leading the crew to believe an explosion was imminent. Fearing for his wife and daughter's safety, Briggs ordered everyone into the lifeboat, tying it to the ship with a tow line. But then a squall rose, the sails caught wind, and the Mary Celeste surged forward. The line may have snapped, leaving the small boat adrift as the brigantine sailed away unmanned. By the time the Dei Gratia found her, the lifeboat and its passengers would have been long lost to the sea. It is a theory that explains the haste, the missing boat, the open skylight, even the unmade beds. Yet it leaves behind unease. Why abandon a sturdy ship for such a risk? Briggs was a seasoned captain, not one to panic. Other explanations point to miscalculation. The improvised sounding rod found on deck suggested Briggs may have thought the ship was taking on more water than it truly was. 3.5 feet sloshed in the bilge could have looked disastrous in poor conditions, leading him to believe the Mary Celeste was sinking. Again, caution for his family could have driven the decision, but the rumors of darker possibilities refused to die. One suggestion was mutiny. 2 of the crew, the Prussian brothers Volkert and Boy Lorenzen, were viewed with suspicion because their belongings were never found. Some claimed they had turned on Briggs, murdered him, and fled with the others in the lifeboat. Yet no blood, no broken furniture, no signs of violence were found. The ship was almost unnervingly orderly. Another theory blamed the crew of the Dei Gratia. Perhaps they had ambushed the Mary Celeste, killed her crew, and staged the abandonment in order to claim the lucrative salvage. The courts themselves entertained the idea. But again, no evidence supported it, and the Dei Gratia was the slower vessel. She could never have caught the Mary Celeste unaided. From there, explanations grew more desperate. Pirates, though none were reported in that part of the Atlantic. A waterspout striking the ship, though no damage was consistent with it. Even seaquakes, tremors in the seabed that might have caused the cargo to shift and panic the crew. Each idea solved one problem but raised new ones. By the time she returned to New York in 1873, buyers avoided her like a cursed house, valuable on paper, untouchable in practice. Her owner, James Winchester, struggled to find buyers. Even with the cargo intact and the ship seaworthy, nobody wanted her. Sailors are a superstitious breed, and a ship with such a reputation was as good as poison. When he finally sold her, it was at a heavy loss. For the next decade, the Mary Celeste drifted through new owners and captains, sailing the Caribbean and the West Indies. But the misfortunes clung to her. In 1879, she carried a cargo of horses around Africa. Most of them died in transit. That same year, her captain fell sick near St. Helena and died within hours of docking. He became the 3rd captain connected to her to perish under unusual circumstances. Each new voyage seemed to add another line to her ledger of ill fate. By 1884, the Mary Celeste had become less a ship than a curse someone was trying to unload. Her final owner, Wesley Grove, along with Captain Gilman Parker, devised a plan to deliberately wreck her on a reef in Haiti. They grossly overinsured the cargo, claiming it was worth $25,000 when it was nothing more than spoiled provisions and worthless goods. On paper, it was the perfect scam. But as with every chapter in her history, the Mary Celeste refused to bow quietly. When Parker ran her onto the reef at Rosalie near Port-au-Prince, the ship smashed apart, her hull splintering as waves devoured her timbers. The fraud was discovered almost immediately, and the conspirators dragged into court. They escaped the death penalty for deliberate wrecking, but their victory was short-lived. Within 6 months, Grove, Parker, and the first mate were all dead. To sailors, this was not coincidence. It was the ship's vengeance. Even stranger, 2 other vessels chartered to help survey the wreck, the Saxon and the Mary E. Douglas, were both lost at sea on their very next voyages. It was as if the curse had spilled outward, pulling others down with her. Over time, fragments of her were pulled from the reef, and in the 2000s, divers confirmed the sight off Haiti. Yet it is not her broken hull that survives most vividly, but her legend. In 1884, Arthur Conan Doyle, still years away from creating Sherlock Holmes, published a short story loosely inspired by the mystery. Though fictional, it cemented her place in the popular imagination and even introduced the common misspelling Marie Celeste. From then on, Mary Celeste became shorthand for the very idea of a ghost ship. A vessel found adrift, intact but deserted, mystery clinging to her like salt. Museums in Nova Scotia display her relics, historians re-examine the evidence, but to the public, she is something more. A warning, a riddle, a story that refuses to sink, and that's the power of the Mary Celeste. She began as a workaday brigantine from a quiet Canadian shipyard, but ended as a global archetype. Her fate blurred the line between maritime fact and folklore, leaving us with an image no court transcript can erase. A ship sailing without her people, forever moving through the fog of imagination. The Mary Celeste may be the most famous ghost ship of the 19th century, but she was not alone. Her mystery casts such a long shadow that many forget other vessels were found just as strangely adrift, ships intact, cargo untouched, yet crew vanished as if the sea had simply erased them. One of these was the Rosalie, the sea that has no shores. That is how sailors describe the Sargasso, a vast expanse of the North Atlantic where no land interrupts the horizon. Here the water runs strangely calm, a mirror broken only by great golden mats of drifting weed, sargassum, stretching like floating forests. Columbus himself wrote of this place in 1492, astonished at the endless fields of weed that seemed to tangle his ships in a silent snare. By the 19th century, whispers had grown louder. The Sargasso was not merely a curiosity, but a graveyard. It was the summer of 1840 when a French merchant vessel slipped into those haunted waters. Her name was Rosalie, launched only 2 years before. A proud brig of 222 tons carrying valuable cargo from Hamburg to Havana. Casks of wine, crates of fruit, bales of silk. She should have cut swiftly across the Atlantic, her holds heavy, but her future profitable. Instead, she became part of a legend. On August 27, 1840, near Bermuda, a patrol ship sighted Rosalie drifting. Her sails were still set, catching the wind. From a distance, she looked alive, like any merchantman pressing on with her voyage. But as the patrol drew closer, something was wrong. No figure paced the quarterdeck. No helmsman stood at the wheel. The ship moved with the wind, but with no human hand to guide it. The boarding party climbed over her rail, expecting shouts of greeting, or perhaps the chaos of a storm-racked crew. What they found instead froze them to silence. The Rosalie was perfectly intact. Her hull was sound. Her cabins richly furnished. The captain's papers were neatly stored, his quarters in order. In the hold lay her precious cargo untouched, row upon row of wine, silk, fruit, all as it had been stowed. On deck the sails flapped lazily, well trimmed for a ship still underway, and yet she was empty of people. No captain, no sailors, no passengers, not a single living soul. The only movement came from a few creatures left behind. A half-starved cat prowling the galley, a handful of poultry clucking weakly, and several canaries in gilt cages, long dead from thirst. In one cabin, they found a woman's belongings hastily abandoned. Toiletry items, dresses tossed aside as if their owner had left in great haste. There was food, there was water, there was wealth beyond reckoning. But no sign of what had become of the crew. The patrol ship took note of one small imperfection. In the lower hold, about 3 feet of water sloshed between the timbers, but the vessel was not leaking. She could have sailed on for months, which made it all the more chilling. Whoever had walked away from Rosalie had done so not in the face of certain doom, but in the shadow of some greater, stranger terror. When the Times of London reported the incident that November, it described the ship as if abandoned only hours before discovery. her appointments luxurious, her cargo untouched, her crew vanished. The Rosalie had become a ghost ship, adrift not only in the calm heart of the Atlantic, but in the imaginations of everyone who read her story. To understand why the discovery of the Rosalie shook sailors so deeply, you must first understand the sea that held her. The Sargasso is unlike any other sea on Earth. It has no coastlines, no bays, no nations to stake flags in its sands, because there are no sands. Instead, it exists only because four great currents of the Atlantic swirl around it like the walls of an invisible prison. To the west, the mighty Gulf Stream. To the north, the North Atlantic Current. To the east, the Canary Current. And to the south, the North Equatorial Current. Together they form a colossal gyre, a slow whirlpool spanning thousands of miles. Inside this gyre lies the calm, strange heart of the Sargasso Sea. Here the water is unnervingly still compared to the restless Atlantic outside. And across its glassy surface float endless golden mats of sargassum weed, so thick they resemble drifting meadows. To those who sailed wooden ships powered only by wind, this weed could entangle rudders and slow progress to a crawl. Columbus himself, when he crossed in 1492, feared his caravels might be trapped forever in this green wilderness. He called it a forest of the sea. His men whispered that the ocean itself sought to ensnare them. By the 19th century, those whispers had hardened into superstition. The Sargasso was called a graveyard of ships. Vessels becalmed here might drift for weeks, their supplies dwindling, their crews slowly starving or going mad. Others vanished altogether, swallowed by storms or currents, leaving only stories behind. And because the Sargasso overlaps with what later generations would call the Bermuda Triangle, it became a theater of the uncanny. A place where compasses spun strangely, where ships were seen drifting long after their crews were gone, where the ocean seemed to preserve mysteries rather than erase them. It was here, in this eerie stillness, that the Rosalie was found. Not wrecked upon reefs, not burned to a husk, but whole, beautiful, with her fine cargo untouched, and her sailors gone as if plucked from the decks by unseen hands. When the Times of London ran its report on November 6, 1840, it seemed at first almost mundane. A French merchant vessel abandoned, boarded by a patrol ship, cargo intact. But to sailors and merchants reading in the coffee houses along the Thames, one detail struck like a hammer blow. A ship less than 2 years old, cargo untouched, wine, silks, fruit, luxuries worth a fortune, cabins richly furnished, the belongings of a woman discarded in haste. Step back into the world of the 1840s. This was the golden age of Atlantic commerce, linking European ports with Havana, New Orleans, and beyond. Warehouses in Hamburg overflowed with textiles and fruit bound for the Caribbean. Havana's docks groaned under sugar and tobacco destined for European salons. For merchants, every ship was money afloat. For sailors, each voyage meant weeks or months entrusted to wind and current, with the hope that one safe landfall meant another payday. In that context, the abandonment of the Rosalie was not just strange. It was catastrophic both economically and psychologically. If a seaworthy ship could lose its crew without explanation, then no vessel was safe, no captain above suspicion. The boarding report described 3 feet of water in the hold, but no breach. Seasoned sailors knew such seepage was common. Wooden hulls worked under the sea's strain. Pumps could have cleared it easily. So why was she deserted? The simplest explanations collapsed under scrutiny. Pirates? The Atlantic and Caribbean had known them, but pirates always left traces: blood, broken chests, stolen cargo. Rosalie's cargo remained. Mutiny? Possible, but mutineers tried to sail somewhere, not vanish into nothing, leaving silks and wine behind. Disease? A plague might terrify a crew, but where were the bodies? No corpses, no hurried canvas graves, and more. Livestock and birds were still aboard, untended yet alive when found. Humans had departed suddenly, deliberately, and never returned. The most human hypothesis points to panic. Perhaps the water in the hold looked worse than it was. Perhaps a storm had broken their spirits, convincing them the Rosalie was sinking. Perhaps a misreading of the sounding rod deceived the captain into believing the ship was doomed. In such a case, he might have ordered the lifeboat launched, intending to return once danger passed. Yet to imagine a seasoned crew abandoning a young merchantman, sails set, rudder sound, is to imagine a lapse in judgment bordering on madness. And here unease takes hold. Sailors did not go mad easily. Discipline, harsh routine, years of experience. They lived by risk calculation. For them to leave Rosalie, there must have been something greater than whispered fear. And so, stranger explanations emerged. Some whispered that the Sargasso itself had claimed the crew, that gases rising from mats of rotting weed poisoned the air, killing men but sparing cats and birds. Others pointed to the woman's belongings as evidence of some darker tragedy. A kidnapped passenger? A hidden crime? Still others stretched to the supernatural, that the calm sea masked invisible forces pulling souls below while leaving wood and canvas adrift. Later generations would fold such whispers into the Bermuda Triangle legend, its borders overlapping with the Sargasso Sea. But in 1840, Rosalie was the opening text of that mythology. It is important to note that not all historians accept the account whole. Some doubt whether the Rosalie existed as described, suggesting the Times embroidered details or mistranslated French reports. Yet the key elements persist across sources: intact cargo, vanished crew, a surviving cat. Whether embellished or not, the tale entered maritime lore with such force that skepticism became almost irrelevant. What mattered was the effect. Sailors believed, and belief shaped behavior as surely as wind filled sails. Thus Rosalie stands at a crossroads of interpretation. On one side, rational explanations collapse. On the other, legend surges in to fill the void. In that way, she paved the way for the Mary Celeste. Found adrift in 1872 under eerily similar conditions, but Rosalie came first. She set the template: intact hull, untouched cargo, vanished crew. Mary Celeste would become the most famous ghost ship of all time, but Rosalie was the prototype, the shadow that opened the door. Rosalie still drifts, not on the sea, but in imagination. A vessel sighted in calm waters, sails taut with wind, a starving cat, a dead canary, a woman's belongings strewn across the cabin, and silence. Fact or fiction, she became the Sargasso itself, beautiful, serene, and haunted. From the still waters of the Sargasso, where Rosalie floated like a phantom in a boundless sea, our story now veers north into colder, harsher waters, no less merciless. If Rosalie embodied the silence of the tropics, the next ship carried the weight of empire and the crushing grip of the Arctic. HMS Resolute, the ship that drifted 1,200 miles without a crew. The mid-19th century was an age when ice itself seemed to taunt empires. For centuries, European nations had dreamed of a Northwest Passage, a shortcut threading through the frozen archipelagos of northern Canada that could slash months from voyages to Asia. By the 1840s, Britain, at the height of its naval power, believed that conquering this passage would cement its dominance of global trade. But dreams often turned into nightmares when pressed against the Arctic's white silence. Ships vanished. Men froze. And yet the obsession only grew. Into this fever of exploration sailed HMS Resolute. She was not a merchant brig like the Rosalie, nor a wandering tramp like the Amazon that would become Mary Celeste. She was a purpose-built vessel of the Royal Navy, solidly timbered, strengthened for ice, and armed with the confidence of an empire. Launched in 1850, Resolute was part of a squadron sent to search for Sir John Franklin's lost expedition, the greatest maritime mystery of its time. Franklin and his two ships, Erebus and Terror, had set out in 1845 and disappeared into the polar wilderness. To Victorians, finding Franklin was not merely a rescue, but a matter of national pride, almost religious in its intensity. Imagine her first departure. Sails taut in the chill wind, her hull painted black for Arctic waters. Officers in heavy coats staring northward toward the uncharted labyrinth of ice. Below decks, coal was stacked to feed her auxiliary steam engines, an innovation meant to give her an edge against the capricious winds of the north. Every beam of her frame was a declaration. Britain will not turn back. The Franklin search became a saga that gripped the press and the public. Year after year, ships were dispatched, and year after year they returned empty or not at all. Some never returned at all. HMS Resolute joined this procession of iron will and human fragility. Her mission: to probe the labyrinth of Lancaster Sound and Barrow Strait, following the ghosts of Franklin into the white unknown. But in the Arctic, ambition means little. The sea there is not sea as most know it. It is a grinding continent of ice, shifting, cracking, swallowing whole fleets in silence. By 1852, Resolute found herself trapped in just such a grip. Ice floes closed around her hull like the jaws of a vice. The crew tried everything: saws to cut channels, coal fires under boilers, prayers muttered in frost-bitten lips. But the floes only pressed tighter. The long night of the Arctic closed in, a darkness where noon looks like twilight, where even breath seems to freeze in the air. Captain Henry Caleuche, a seasoned officer with a calm hand, faced an impossible decision. Supplies were dwindling, temperatures plummeting, and the ship itself was becoming less a sanctuary than a coffin. After 2 punishing winters, the order was given. Resolute must be abandoned. It was 1854. The men gathered what they could, lashed sledges, and began the harrowing trek across the ice to reach supply depots and other rescue ships. Behind them, they left the Resolute, not wrecked, not burned, but simply surrendered to the ice, her masts still standing proud against the pale sky. Few who trudged away that day believed they would ever see her again. In the logbooks, she was written off as lost. To all appearances, she would soon join the countless wooden carcasses entombed forever in the polar pack. But the Arctic had other plans. When Captain Henry Caleuche and his men trudged away in 1854, HMS Resolute was left to the mercy of the pack ice. In the minds of the sailors, she was already a tomb. Ships abandoned in the Arctic rarely lasted long. Ice crushes wood with the patience of centuries, grinding timbers into splinters, burying them beneath shifting floes. To leave a vessel behind in those waters was to consign her to oblivion. Yet, year after year, the Resolute refused to die. As the seasons turned, the pressure of the ice that had imprisoned her began to slacken. Cracks opened in the frozen sea, and the floes themselves drifted with the great currents of the polar gyres. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the ship began to move. First a few miles, then dozens, then hundreds. She became a passenger of the Arctic, carried southward in the long, slow spiral of drifting pack. No crew trimmed her sails, no hand touched her wheel. And yet she sailed. For more than a year she drifted, past barren coasts where no human eyes watched, past floes alive with polar bears and walrus, through fog so dense a man might lose sight of his own boots. Her black hull groaned, but held. Her masts creaked, but did not fall. She was a phantom, a ghost ship in the most literal sense, alive in form, dead in spirit, carried along by the breath of the ice. By the autumn of 1855, she had traveled an astonishing distance. From the desolate channels of the Canadian Arctic archipelago, she was borne more than 200 miles across the polar seas. Instead of breaking apart, she emerged into open water near Davis Strait, the very threshold of the Atlantic. It was here, off the coast of Baffin Island, that an American whaler named James Buddington spotted an improbable sight. Through the mist, a set of sails appeared. At first glance, it looked like any naval vessel, perhaps another search ship probing the Arctic. But as Buddington drew closer, something felt wrong. The sails hung ragged. No signal flags flew, and not a single man moved on her decks. Boarding her, the whalemen discovered the impossible. HMS Resolute, abandoned for over a year, still afloat. Her timbers were firm, her stores still intact. The cabin lay as if her officers had stepped out only hours before. Charts and instruments remained in place. It was as though time itself had paused the moment her crew had walked away. For the sailors of the whaling ship George Henry, the scene was eerie beyond words. Ghost ships were tales one told in port taverns, not prizes stumbled upon in the open sea. And yet here she was, a full-fledged Royal Navy vessel, deserted but defiant, having crossed oceans alone. Captain Buddington made a decision that would carry Resolute far beyond legend. He put a skeleton crew aboard, repaired what sails they could, and steered her south, through storms and fogs, across the Labrador Sea and down the American coast. The ghost ship was guided back into the realm of the living. By Christmas of 1855, she sailed triumphantly into New London, Connecticut. The sight caused a sensation. Newspapers from Boston to New York trumpeted the story of the abandoned British warship found wandering the Arctic and brought safely to American shores. To a nation still finding its footing on the world stage, it was more than just a salvage. It was a symbol. Here was proof of American seamanship and resilience. A tale that carried both the chill of the polar ice and the warmth of a rescue. But in London, the news struck differently. Resolute had been written off as lost, another casualty of the Franklin obsession. To hear that she had not only survived, but drifted more than 1,000 miles to safety was nothing short of miraculous. Admirals shook their heads in disbelief. Politicians weighed what it meant. And ordinary Britons whispered that perhaps the ship had been protected by Providence itself. Of course, questions abounded. How could a vessel, abandoned and frozen fast, make such a journey? Did the shifting ice truly carry her intact? Was there some unknown current, some hidden hand of the sea that guided her southward? The answers were as elusive as the Franklin expedition itself. What was clear was this: HMS Resolute was no longer merely a ship. She had become a story. To Americans, she was a prize rescued from the jaws of the Arctic. To the British, she was a lost ship reborn. And to the world, she was living proof that sometimes the sea gave back what it had stolen. But what to do with her? Under the strict laws of the sea, any vessel found abandoned could be claimed by those who salvaged her. Captain Buddington and the crew of the George Henry could have pressed for ownership, or sold her timber, or auctioned her at a handsome profit. Yet the Resolute was no ordinary derelict. She bore the crown insignia of the Royal Navy, her logbooks still intact, her reputation bound to the great and tragic Franklin expeditions. The U.S. government quickly intervened. President Franklin Pierce's administration saw an opportunity to transform an accident of the sea into a gesture of diplomacy. The 1850s were not an easy time for Anglo-American relations. Old wounds from the War of 1812 still lingered. The two nations eyed each other across the Atlantic warily, their navies occasionally brushing in disputed waters. To return the Resolute freely, without demand for ransom or profit, would be a signal of friendship. Congress approved funds to refit the ship in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. American carpenters repaired her timbers, reset her masts, and dressed her in new sails. Where ice and storms had scarred her, American hands smoothed the wounds. By 1857, the ghost ship was reborn once more. This time not as a derelict drifting southward, but as a diplomatic envoy under full rig. That December, in a carefully staged ceremony, the Resolute was sailed across the Atlantic and delivered to Queen Victoria as a gift from the United States to the Crown. The moment carried enormous weight. For the first time in history, the young American Republic offered a warship. Not as spoils, not as a trophy, but as a token of goodwill. The British received her with astonishment. Crowds gathered along the Thames to watch her arrival. Newspapers marveled at the noble act of courtesy, and for Queen Victoria herself, the ship became a cherished emblem. The Resolute, once written off as crushed by the Arctic, had not only returned, but now bound two nations together in maritime kinship. For years, she served again in the Royal Navy, no longer as part of the Franklin search, but as a living reminder of endurance and unexpected friendship. When she was finally retired in 1879, the Admiralty chose not to let her timbers vanish into obscurity. Instead, they ordered them preserved and transformed into furniture. The most famous of these pieces was the Resolute desk, presented by Queen Victoria to President Rutherford B. Hayes in 1880. Crafted from the ship's oak, its broad surface and paneled sides carried not only the weight of state papers, but the ghost of Arctic ice. Since then, the desk has sat in the White House, used by nearly every American president. To this day, when a president signs a bill or addresses the nation from the Oval Office, their hands rest on the wood of a ship that once drifted empty through frozen seas. It is hard to imagine a stranger transformation. From abandoned hulk to ghost ship. From diplomatic gift to the centerpiece of American political life. Every knock of the gavel on that desk, every ink stroke across its surface, echoes faintly with the creak of timbers that once sailed without a crew for 200 miles. The Resolute had begun as a ship of search and tragedy, bound to the Franklin disaster. She became a ghost ship, carried south by unseen currents. And in her final incarnation, she turned into an enduring symbol of cooperation. Proof that even in an age of empire and rivalry, the sea could carry not only loss, but reconciliation. Baychimo. The Baychimo was not built to be a ghost. She was built to endure. Launched in 1914 at a German shipyard, she began life as the Ourang Medan, a steel-hulled cargo vessel of the Hapag line. At just over 230 feet long and powered by steam, she was no glamorous passenger liner. Her purpose was work, hauling goods through cold northern seas. When World War I ended, the Treaty of Versailles demanded that Germany surrender many of its merchant ships as reparations. The Ourang Medan was handed over to Great Britain, then sold to the Hudson's Bay Company in Canada in 1921. It was under her new name, Baychimo, that she would enter legend. The Hudson's Bay Company relied on ships like her to service its far-flung Arctic trading posts. Every year she sailed from Vancouver or Montreal northward into waters choked with pack ice, carrying supplies, returning with furs, fox, mink, ermine, and above all, seal and polar bear. Her crews grew used to the grinding of ice against steel, the eerie silence of the polar sea, and the knowledge that in those latitudes, One wrong move could mean entombment. Yet for nearly a decade, Baychimo did her work faithfully. She was no beauty, but she was reliable. Traders along the remote coasts of Alaska and the Canadian Arctic knew her outline as a promise of contact with the wider world. When she appeared on the horizon, smoke curling from her funnel, it meant the ice had opened and the world beyond had not forgotten them. But in the fall of 1931, the Arctic decided otherwise. That September, Baychimo sailed to the coast of Alaska near Point Barrow, the northernmost settlement in the United States. The voyage was routine. Unload manufactured goods, collect furs, and turn back before the pack ice closed in for the winter. But storms came early. The ice pressed faster and thicker than expected. By late October, she was caught. The sea froze around her hull, locking her like a fly in amber. Her crew tried desperately to free her, cutting channels, coaxing the engines, but the ice was relentless. Finally, on October 8th, the Hudson's Bay Company ordered the crew evacuated to Barrow, where an Inuit settlement gave them shelter. They believed the ship would be crushed and lost, as so many before her had been. For days, the crew watched from shore, expecting to see their vessel crack and founder. Instead, a storm blew in and shattered the ice. When the blizzard cleared, Baychimo was gone. Not sunk, not broken, simply gone. When the storm cleared and Baychimo had vanished from the horizon, most of her crew assumed she had been dragged under by the grinding ice. But only a week later, hunters reported her drifting some 45 miles away. Battered but afloat, a salvage party set out, trudging across the frozen wastes to board her once more. They recovered part of the cargo and brought it ashore, but by then the ice had closed again. The Hudson's Bay Company decided the risk was too great. They abandoned her officially, convinced the Arctic would finish what the storm had begun. But the Arctic had other plans. Through the winter of 1931, the Baychimo remained adrift, trapped in shifting flows, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. Inuit hunters told stories of seeing her silhouette in the distance, smoke long gone from her funnel, but her steel hull still standing proud. To them, she was no longer a ship of men, but a vessel of the ice itself, a wandering presence carried by the currents. Over the next decade, she would be sighted again and again, often in improbable places. In 1932, a party of Alaskan Inupiat boarded her briefly, scavenging timber and metal before the ice threatened to crush her once more. In 1933, she was seen drifting near Point Barrow, her decks white with frost, sails shredded, but stubbornly afloat. Reports grew stranger. In 1934, a group of miners traveling by dog sled found her beset in pack ice. They camped aboard her for nearly a week, sheltering in her empty cabins before moving on. The ship, they said, groaned in the wind as though resenting their presence. In 1939, a crew of whalers spotted her hundreds of miles from her last known position. They tried to tow her, but the weather turned and they had to let her go. By then, Baychimo had acquired a reputation, the ghost ship of the Arctic. She was never where logic said she should be. Sometimes she appeared near the coast of Alaska, sometimes deep in the Beaufort Sea, sometimes far to the east toward Canada. Always derelict, always abandoned, yet never destroyed. What made her survival so unnerving was the Arctic's brutality. Ships far stronger, with crews still aboard, had been splintered by ice within weeks. Yet Baychimo, unmanned and forgotten, endured. Storms passed, ice closed, seasons turned, but she floated on. By the end of the 1940s, sightings had become less frequent, but no less chilling. Hunters and traders would glimpse her through binoculars, drifting against a backdrop of white desolation. Some said she was cursed, carrying with her the spirit of every sailor who had ever been swallowed by the northern seas. Others thought she was simply the luckiest or unluckiest ship ever launched. She was no longer property of the Hudson's Bay Company. She belonged to the Arctic now. If the Baychimo haunted the Arctic as a silent wanderer of steel and ice, the tale of the next ship would push the ghost ship legend into something far darker. Not just absence, not just endurance, but death itself, carved onto human faces. 12. Ourang Medan, where Baychimo floated for decades without crew. The Ourang Medan was found with her crew still aboard. Every single one of them dead, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies twisted as if frozen mid-scream. The year was 1947. The world was still reeling from the Second World War. Borders shifting, oceans busy with merchant traffic and military remnants. Somewhere in the Strait of Malacca, a narrow, heavily trafficked waterway between Sumatra and Malaysia, a chilling SOS cut through the static of maritime radios. All officers, including the captain, dead, lying in chart room and on bridge, possibly whole crew dead. The message came from a Dutch freighter, the SS Ourang Medan, a name that meant man from Medan. The radio operator's words were clipped, urgent, barely coherent. Moments later, a second transmission followed. I die. Then silence. For ships in the region, the distress call was impossible to ignore. The Silver Star, an American vessel, altered course to intercept. Guided by the coordinates transmitted before the signal ended, she steamed toward the narrow waters of the Malacca Strait. Hours later, her lookout spotted a vessel adrift on the calm sea, listing slightly but intact. The name was visible on her hull. Ourang Medan. She looked sound. No smoke, no fire, no visible damage. But as the boarding party from the Silver Star climbed her sides, they realized something was profoundly wrong. The boarding party from the Silver Star expected chaos. Perhaps survivors scrambling, perhaps injured men begging for help. Instead, what they found was silence. An oppressive, suffocating silence that made the sound of their boots on steel echo like thunder. Then they saw the bodies. On the open deck lay sailors sprawled in grotesque positions, arms outstretched, fingers clawing at the air, mouths frozen wide as if they had tried to scream but never finished. Their eyes were open, staring, glassy, yet somehow filled with terror so vivid that the living men shuddered beneath their gaze. In the chart room, officers lay collapsed over maps and instruments, their faces contorted in the same unnatural masks of fear. In the captain's quarters, the master of the Ourang Medan sat slumped in his chair, his head thrown back, his jaw rigid, his eyes fixed on nothing. Yet his expression mirrored his crew's, absolute, paralyzing horror. Even the ship's dog, found in the passageway, was dead. Teeth bared in a silent snarl, lips curled as if at some unseen enemy. The most chilling of all was the radio operator. He was still seated at his set, headphones pressed against his ears, his fingers curled over the key. His face was twisted, lips pulled back, as though the last thing he saw had frozen him in terror. His final words, "I die," now seemed not just a transmission, but a prophecy. And yet, amid all this death, the ship itself was eerily undisturbed. The cargo holds were intact. The hull bore no wounds. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no evidence of fire or piracy. It was as if death had descended like a shadow, instant and invisible, snatching life from every soul aboard in the same terrible moment. The men of the Silver Star whispered to each other in disbelief. Poison gas? A chemical spill? Something supernatural? They didn't know, but they did know one thing. They could not linger aboard this cursed vessel. Still, the Ourang Medan was a valuable find. The captain of the Silver Star ordered preparations to tow her. But as the salvage operation began, an unexpected development turned the mystery into something even more haunting. The crew of the Silver Star had barely finished tying the tow lines when the atmosphere shifted. A faint smell, sharp, acrid, chemical, rose from deep inside the Ourang Medan. At first it was subtle, like the whiff of spilled fuel. Then it thickened into a stench that clawed at the back of the throat. Smoke. Within minutes, wisps curled from the cargo hold, seeping through cracks in the deck. Then came the fire. Sudden, violent, hungry. Flames licked upward as though they had been waiting for air, for release, for a witness. The boarding party scrambled back to their boat, cutting lines in panic. The men shouted warnings, their voices carried across the still sea. "Get back! She's going to blow!" And then the Ourang Medan did exactly that. A thunderous explosion ripped through her midsection. Steel groaned, timbers snapped, and the great merchantman heaved upward before settling back into the waves. The fire devoured her in moments, smoke blackening the sky. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the Ourang Medan sank beneath the surface of the Strait of Malacca, taking every clue with her. No cargo was ever recovered. No bodies were ever examined. Not a single logbook, chart, or scrap of evidence survived the fire. The Silver Star's crew, shaken and wide-eyed, returned to port with only their testimony. They had seen a ghost ship, yes, but one whose mystery could never be untangled, because the sea had claimed the last word. In the years that followed, the Ourang Medan became legend. Some said the fire was caused by a volatile cargo, perhaps nitroglycerin, or a leak of toxic chemicals suffocating the crew before sparking the blaze. Others whispered of darker causes, secret weapons, experiments gone wrong, or even forces beyond human comprehension. The sinking of the Ourang Medan left behind nothing but eyewitness accounts, and when evidence burns, speculation flourishes. Over the decades, historians, sailors, and conspiracy theorists have wrestled with the same question: what really killed the crew of the Ourang Medan? The most grounded explanation points to the cargo hold. Records, though fragmentary, suggest the ship may have carried nitroglycerin or potassium cyanide, both highly unstable under tropical heat. If leaking barrels released toxic fumes, the crew could have collapsed almost instantly. Their contorted faces might not have been the mark of demons, but of poison gas. The eventual explosion could have come from a spark igniting the fumes. Logical, yes. But why no official shipping manifest? Why no paper trail? Others believe the Ourang Medan was no ordinary merchantman. In the aftermath of World War II, rumors swirled about clandestine cargoes, nerve agents, biological experiments, or even captured Japanese chemical weapons being smuggled through colonial waters. According to this view, the ship was part of a covert operation, one so secret that when disaster struck, every record was erased. The sudden silence of governments that usually document such incidents fuels this suspicion. And then, of course, come the wilder theories. Some writers claim the crew were victims of a paranormal encounter, visions of ghostly figures, or an unknown energy that struck them down. UFO enthusiasts even suggested alien intervention, tying the story to the post-war surge in flying saucer reports. To them, the explosion was not an accident, but an act of obliteration, an attempt to cover up whatever had boarded the ship. The story survives not because we know what happened, but because we don't. Every missing logbook, every silenced government archive, every vanished witness only deepens the legend. And with the Ourang Medan lying somewhere in the Strait of Malacca, unrecovered, its secret sleeps with the sea. Carroll A. Deering. The morning of January 31st, 1921, broke gray and unsettled off the coast of North Carolina. Diamond Shoals, long known as the graveyard of the Atlantic, was a place that mariners feared. Its shifting sands and violent breakers had already claimed hundreds of vessels. But on this morning, something far stranger than a wrecked hull awaited the Coast Guard. From the mist, a 5-masted schooner loomed into view. Her sails were set, taut with the wind, as if she were still alive, still under command. The Washington Herald later captured the uncanny sight with one unforgettable line. Like a Flying Dutchman, the 5-masted Carroll A Deering loomed through the haze around Diamond Shoals today, all sails set, but with no hand at the wheel. At first glance, the ship seemed merely caught in the shoals, another victim of the treacherous sands. But as the Coast Guard station at Cape Hatteras scrambled to respond, a troubling detail became clear. There was no movement on deck. No captain's orders, no sailors trimming lines, no helmsman at the wheel. The vessel moved, but without a soul to guide her. When rescuers finally reached her, days later, after heavy seas kept small boats at bay, their discovery confirmed every suspicion. The Carroll A Deering had been abandoned. Inside, the scene was haunting. The galley showed food laid out as if a meal had been interrupted, half prepared and never touched. The crew's cabins were strangely neat, yet missing personal effects. Navigation charts and the ship's logbook were gone. 2 anchors were missing from the bow. And, most chilling of all, the lifeboats were nowhere to be found. It was as though the crew of 12 men had walked off their vessel in perfect order, leaving behind a ship entirely seaworthy. There were no signs of fire, no battle scars, no storm damage beyond what the shoals had inflicted after she ran aground. And yet, not a single man was ever seen again. What could make a hardened crew abandon a sound ship in the middle of a voyage? What force could erase them so completely that only their empty schooner remained, white sails billowing in the Atlantic wind? The Carroll A Deering had just entered legend. The story of the Carroll A Deering did not begin at Diamond Shoals. It began in fragments, stray sightings, overheard words, scraps of evidence that, when pieced together, read more like a detective novel than a routine maritime report. On January 29th, just 2 days before the schooner was found aground, she was sighted passing the Cape Lookout lightship. The keeper of the station remembered the encounter vividly. Men crowded the deck of the Deering, but they behaved oddly. Instead of an officer, it was an ordinary seaman. Disheveled, not in command uniform, who shouted across the water. His words carried through the wind. They had lost both anchors. That detail, alarming as it was, seemed almost overshadowed by what followed. Why would a common sailor speak for the ship while the captain or mates remained silent? Was it a sign of mutiny, illness, or perhaps something darker? Some shift in authority that no outsider could yet understand? The following evening, the Deering passed the steamer SS Lake Elon. This time, her course looked wrong. She was steering an unusual line, her sails set in a way that suggested disorder. Again, no clear officer appeared on deck. The reports would later note this as the last confirmed sighting of the vessel under sail, still seemingly intact, but not entirely right. When the Coast Guard finally boarded her after she stranded at Diamond Shoals, the pattern grew stranger. The ship's navigation equipment was gone. The sextant, the chronometer, the logbook. Without them, there would be no record of the voyage's final days. The missing anchors mentioned at Cape Lookout were confirmed, but the cables bore no signs of being dragged or snapped in storm. Instead, they seemed deliberately removed. The crew's personal belongings were missing too, but selectively. Some trunks were empty, others left behind. The officers' quarters bore signs of haste, as though men had stripped them quickly. In the galley, a meal sat waiting. Food prepared but never eaten. pots left simmering until the fire died. Most telling of all were the lifeboats, gone without a trace. They had not been smashed on deck or dragged in the surf. They had been lowered, cleanly, into the sea. These fragments left investigators with more questions than answers. Had the crew abandoned ship willingly, convinced by their officers to take to the boats? Or had there been violence on board, mutiny perhaps, that drove them to flee? And if they did escape, where had they gone? No lifeboat was ever recovered, no bodies ever found. Newspapers seized on the eerie image, a massive schooner, her sails full, her galley warm, her cabins appointed. Yet her men vanished as if into smoke. The Washington Herald, the Evening Star, the New York Tribune, all carried the story, feeding the public's appetite for the uncanny. Every fact seemed like a puzzle piece, but no matter how they were arranged, the picture never quite fit. The Deering had become more than a shipwreck. She was now a crime scene, or perhaps something worse. The earliest theory, whispered among seamen and quickly picked up by newspapers, was mutiny. The testimony from Cape Lookout, that a common sailor had shouted across instead of an officer, seemed damning. If the crew had overthrown their captain, the pieces fell into place. The missing navigation gear, the vanished lifeboats, the selective theft of belongings. The latest hypothesis is that a quarrel broke out among the crew, perhaps a fight and mutiny, wrote the Evening Star on February 4th, 1921. Yet the mutiny theory contained its own contradiction. If sailors had truly seized the vessel, why abandon it? A mutinous crew could have sailed her to another port, sold her cargo, or simply claimed the vessel as their own. To strand her on the deadly Diamond Shoals, risking everything, seemed senseless. The Cape Hatteras Coast Guard agreed. A mutinous crew would take the ship, not leave her. As mutiny faltered, another theory surged into print: piracy. The 1920s were not free from maritime crime. Rum runners and opportunists prowled the Atlantic coast, and the seas off the Carolinas had long been associated with smuggling. A message in a bottle, found in April by a man named Christopher Columbus Gray, seemed to confirm this suspicion. The note, allegedly written by the Deering's engineer, Herbert Bates, claimed the vessel had been seized by an oil tanker and its crew captured. The sensational note fueled weeks of speculation. Was the Deering taken by modern-day buccaneers, or, as some feared, by foreign powers? The New York Tribune speculated about Bolshevik agents, stealing ships and cargo to supply Soviet ports in the wake of the Russian Revolution. The Bolsheviks, Americans were warned, were not just revolutionaries. They were thieves of the sea. But the bottle's note, once examined by federal handwriting experts, collapsed under scrutiny. Gray himself had written it, a hoax born of personal vendetta against lighthouse keepers at Cape Hatteras. What he intended as a petty local scheme exploded into national headlines, dragging the State Department, the Treasury, the Justice Department, even the Navy into the search for answers. The hoax, however, did not erase the suspicions it had stirred. The idea of the Deering as a victim of Bolshevik intrigue captured the imagination of a public primed by Red Scare hysteria. Newspapers ran with it, connecting the schooner's fate to the disappearance of other vessels, like the Hewitt, which had vanished around the same time. Together, they suggested a pattern, a shadow fleet perhaps operated by hostile agents. In the end, Hoover's multi-department investigation produced no official conclusion. The Coast Guard's pragmatic view, that the crew had abandoned ship in heavy seas and perished, remained the closest to consensus. But the sheer scale of federal attention and the very involvement of a future president elevated the Deering above ordinary wrecks. It was not just a schooner lost, but a puzzle the nation's best minds could not solve. And when Washington closed its files, the public was left unsatisfied. Mystery, once opened, cannot be resealed by bureaucracy. The Deering sailed on, not in water, but in legend. However, the mystery of the Carroll A. Deering did not unfold in isolation. In late January 1921, even as the five-masted schooner sailed north from Barbados, another vessel slipped into silence, the steamship Hewitt. She was a steel freighter, laden with sulfur, outbound from Texas and bound for Maine. On January 25th, she sent her final wireless report off the coast of Florida. By the 29th, the very day the Deering was last seen off Cape Lookout, the Hewitt was due in Boston. She never arrived. 58 men vanished with her. No wreckage was ever recovered. No bodies washed ashore. Like the Deering, she was simply gone. The temporal proximity was chilling. Two ships, both with full crews, both navigating the busy arteries of America's East Coast, disappeared almost simultaneously. Newspapers quickly paired their names. Perhaps the Deering and the Hewitt collided, speculated the New York Tribune. But if that were true, where was the debris? Where were the shattered lifeboats, the oil slicks, the rafts of splintered timber? None appeared. The sea kept its silence. To a jittery public, it seemed almost too neat. Two ships, two mysteries, one stretch of ocean. And lurking in the background was a name not yet fully formed in popular imagination, but already whispered: the Bermuda Triangle. Though the phrase itself would not be coined until the 1960s, sailors had long regarded the waters bounded by Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Miami as cursed. Compasses spun erratically. Sudden squalls rose from calm skies. Entire vessels seemed to step sideways out of history. In this telling, the Deering and the Hewitt were not victims of mutiny or piracy, but of geography, of some vast, inexplicable force that made the Atlantic itself a predator. The link to the triangle gained strength by association. Just 3 years earlier, in 1918, the massive collier USS Cyclops had vanished without a trace, along almost the same route. Nearly 300 men were lost, America's greatest non-combat naval disaster at sea. Like the Deering and the Hewitt, the Cyclops had last touched Brazil and Barbados before heading north toward the Carolina coast. And like them, she had simply evaporated. In hindsight, it is no wonder the public wove these threads together. The Deering was not just a schooner wrecked on shoals. It was another verse in a dark ballad sung by the sea. Cyclops, Hewitt, Deering. All names etched into a growing legend of ships that sailed into the Atlantic and never came back. For investigators, the connections muddied the waters. Was the Deering just one more casualty of storms, her crew dead in lifeboats swallowed by waves? Or had she become part of a larger pattern, a sign that the very ocean off the Carolinas was a graveyard in disguise? By spring of 1921, as federal departments compiled reports and rumors, the public imagination had already decided. The Deering was not merely an abandoned schooner. It was the American Mary Celeste, a symbol of the uncanny. And the Hewitt's simultaneous disappearance gave it company, fusing fact and myth into the early skeleton of what would later be branded the Bermuda Triangle. Lyubov Orlova, the ghost ship swarming with cannibal rat. In 1976, inside a Yugoslavian shipyard commissioned by the Soviet Union, sparks lit the steel ribs of a vessel that was meant to symbolize both prestige and power. She was built as part of a small fleet of passenger expedition ships ordered under Leonid Brezhnev's leadership, each destined to carry Soviet citizens, and later foreign adventurers, into some of the harshest waters on Earth. When the final coat of paint dried across her ice-strengthened hull, she bore a name that carried weight not only across the Soviet Union, but throughout the world of cinema. Lyubov Orlova. Lyubov Petrovna Orlova was not just any actress. She was Stalin's favorite performer, the first true female star of Soviet cinema, a decorated singer, and a woman whose very image was fused with the Art Deco glamour of the 1930s USSR. She starred in Grigory Alexandrov's Jolly Fellows in 1934, a musical that turned her into a household name. Later films like Volga Volga solidified her as the Marilyn Monroe of Russia, though with a uniquely Soviet sense of elegance and strength. By the 1950s, she had received the Stalin Prize, the nation's highest artistic honor, and in 1972, even a minor planet, 3108 Lyubov, was named after her. When the Soviet Union chose her name for this ship, they were making a statement, just as Orlova the actress had symbolized resilience, charm, and national pride. So too would MV Lyubov Orlova sail as a floating ambassador of Soviet strength and sophistication. From the start, Orlova was no ordinary cruise ship. She was built for polar expeditionary travel, a compact, ice-strengthened vessel of 4,251 tons, capable of carrying 110 passengers and 70 crew. Her bow was reinforced to push through brash ice, her hull narrow enough to navigate icy channels. Inside, however, she carried a warmth and comfort uncommon for polar-class ships. Passengers could sip cocktails in a wood-paneled lounge, enjoy murals of her cinematic namesake, or wander the open decks while icebergs gleamed in the distance. She wasn't luxurious by Caribbean standards, but in the stark, frozen silence of the Arctic and Antarctic, she offered an elegance that was deeply appealing. Originally operated by the Far Eastern Shipping Company out of Vladivostok, she served Soviet citizens along Russia's Pacific coast. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, she began venturing further afield, sometimes reaching Japan, where she ferried not only passengers, but even cars, an odd post-Soviet trade of second-hand Japanese vehicles into Russia. By the late 1990s, her career took on a new life. Private operators saw in her a sturdy platform for high-end adventure tourism. She was refurbished in 1999, modernized again in 2002, and eventually chartered by Quark Expeditions, a US-based company specializing in polar cruises. Soon, Orlova was transporting wealthy adventurers to Antarctica, to the tip of Tierra del Fuego, to the glaciers and fjords of the Arctic. Her reputation grew. She was reliable, seaworthy, and capable of reaching places few ships dared. She carried tourists to Deception Island, a volcanic caldera in Antarctica, where she briefly ran aground but was rescued by a Spanish Navy icebreaker. The incident was minor and did little to tarnish her image. By the early 2000s, she was one of the most recognizable small expedition cruise ships in the world. For 2 decades, MV Lyubov Orlova stood at the height of polar tourism. Adventurers toasted champagne in her dining room after crossing the Drake Passage. Scientists and tourists alike used her as a platform to glimpse penguin colonies, walruses, and whales. She became synonymous with discovery, her name once belonging to a Soviet film icon, now reborn as the banner of a vessel bridging continents and extremes. But by the late 2000s, time was catching up with her. Aging steel and outdated systems began to weigh heavily. To keep her at sea required massive investment, and her owners, embroiled in financial troubles, were not willing to pour money into full renovations. Safety inspections began flagging issues. What had once been a proud ship, reliable and profitable, now carried a shadow of neglect. The decline set the stage for her downfall. By the summer of 2010, the glory days of MV Lyubov Orlova were already behind her. Though she still looked elegant from a distance, white hull, proud Soviet nameplate, up close the cracks were visible. Her systems were aging, her finances strained, and her owners increasingly absent in their responsibilities. That July, Canadian Transport Inspector Glenn Mackey boarded the ship in St. John's, Newfoundland, expecting a routine check. What he found instead foreshadowed disaster. Lifeboat cranes didn't function properly, fire doors were faulty, and her backup compass was unreliable. When he asked about it, the ship's radio officer nervously admitted the compass was off a bit, but fine. Mackey noted that an emergency drill conducted for him was a failure. Then came the most bizarre moment. Mackey wrote later that the Russian captain led him out of his cabin, shut the door, handed him a piece of cardboard and a pen, and asked him to write down the amount of money he wanted. To Mackey, it was a blatant attempt at bribery. To the captain, it may have been a desperate miscommunication. Either way, the incident was reported to the police, and it marked the beginning of the end for the Lyubov Orlova. By September 2010, the ship was seized in St. John's over a $251,000 debt owed to the charterer Cruise North Expeditions, which had canceled a voyage due to the ship's defects. Worse, the 51 crew members, mostly Russian and Ukrainian, had not been paid in 5 months. They were trapped on board, unable to leave Canada legally, their visas tied to the vessel. Life aboard during that year was grim. Cabins grew damp and moldy, pipes burst in the cold, and supplies dwindled. Crew members relied on the kindness of St. John's locals, who donated food, water, and clothing through the Salvation Army and Red Cross. In the evenings, they would gather in the lounge, watch comedy films on a projector, and share popcorn and soda as a way of resisting despair. But beneath the laughter lay desperation. Over $300,000 in unpaid wages, no sign of resolution, and families waiting at home in Russia and Ukraine. Inspector Gerard Bradbury of the International Transport Workers Federation later described the ship as hell. One officer suffered heart trouble, medical visits had to be arranged, and tension grew. Some crew members finally left with the help of family or the Russian government, but many stayed on for months, caught between broken contracts and legal limbo. Behind the scenes, the lawsuits mounted. Cruise North sued Lyubov Orlova Shipping Co. for unpaid debts, while the ship's owners countersued, claiming wrongful seizure and insisting the vessel was seaworthy, the port of St. John's demanded hundreds of thousands of dollars in unpaid docking and security fees, warning of environmental risks if the ship sank at berth. Customs brokers, fuel suppliers, and even a former captain filed their own claims, pushing the total owed to more than $2 million. At one point, the former captain, Ruslan Zainagabdinov, sued for $122,000 in back wages. But the owners accused him of crashing the ship into a dock and breaking into its safe. The courts became a battleground of accusations, but little money ever changed hands. Meanwhile, the ship herself was deteriorating. In 2011, a sheriff's report described her interior as dark, wet, and foul-smelling. Pipes burst by freezing temperatures, and vermin making themselves at home. Her ballast tanks filled with dirty, chemical-laced water, causing her to list dangerously. She had gone from an expedition ship of prestige to a rotting hulk, embarrassing to everyone involved. By late 2011, Canadian courts ordered her to be sold at auction. A New York marine appraiser concluded she had negative value as a passenger vessel. Too costly to repair, not fit for use as a hotel, casino, or even a stationary tourist attraction. Her only worth was as scrap. In December 2011, she was sold for just $275,000 to Neptune International Shipping, a shadowy company based in the British Virgin Islands. For a year, she remained in St. John's, costing more in docking fees than she was worth. Locals began to call her an eyesore, a rusting ghost looming over the harbor. By January 2013, Neptune finally arranged for her removal. A tugboat named Charlene Hunt was contracted to tow her south to the Dominican Republic, where she would be dismantled. Few in Newfoundland shed tears. To them, the Lyubov Orlova had become a problem to be erased. But fate had one last twist in store. On January 23, 2013, after more than 2 years of being tied up in St. John's, Newfoundland, the MV Lyubov Orlova finally left port. She was supposed to be on her last voyage, a one-way tow to the Dominican Republic, where scrapyards waited to cut her into pieces. The tugboat Charlene Hunt, small and weather-beaten, strained against the weight of the 4,051-ton vessel. For a brief moment, the plan seemed simple. Remove the eyesore, settle the debts, erase the embarrassment. But the North Atlantic had other plans. Within 24 hours, the towing cable snapped. High winds and 3-meter seas tore the two ships apart. Suddenly, Lyubov Orlova was free. Adrift without crew, without power, without destination. Attempts by the Charlene Hunt's crew to reattach the tow line failed. The cruise ship, named for a Soviet screen legend, was once again in motion, not toward the scrapyard, but into legend. At first, Canadian authorities scrambled to respond. The abandoned liner drifted dangerously close to offshore oil rigs like Hibernia, one of the largest platforms in the Atlantic. A powerful supply vessel, the Atlantic Hawk, managed to secure her and tow her safely away. But then, in a decision that stunned many, the Canadian government released her into international waters. The official explanation was pragmatic. Once the Lyubov Orlova was out of Canadian jurisdiction and no longer threatening oil platforms, she was no longer Ottawa's problem. The vessel poses no threat to offshore installations, their personnel, or the marine environment, declared the Department of Transport. In other words, let her drift. To critics, it looked like abdication. Opposition politicians blasted Transport Canada as irresponsible, accusing them of letting a ticking time bomb loose in the Atlantic. The truth was harsher still. Nobody wanted to assume the cost or liability of salvaging a decaying, ownerless ship. And so, on the open sea, she wandered free. By early February 2013, Lyubov Orlova had drifted 250 nautical miles off Newfoundland. Then she was spotted again, 200 miles west of Ireland, eerily intact, gliding eastward under the pull of the North Atlantic Gyre. Without lights or an active AIS beacon, she was nearly invisible, a silent hazard to shipping. The U.S. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency quietly recorded her coordinates: 49 DG22.70N, 0444 DG51.34. Newspapers pounced on the story. The Daily Mail, Gizmodo, and countless tabloids transformed the Lyubov Orlova into the rat-infested ghost ship. They painted lurid images of cannibal rats overrunning her empty corridors, gnawing each other to survive, ready to swarm any European shore she might strike. The science behind such claims was shaky, but the imagery was irresistible. A Soviet cruise ship, once a symbol of luxury, now reduced to a drifting plague ship, heading for the coasts of Ireland, Britain, or France. Other rumors flourished: that she carried toxic Russian viruses, that she was a secret spy vessel, even that she had already wrecked on the beaches of California. None of it was true, but truth mattered little compared to spectacle. The Lyubov Orlova had become a perfect modern myth, half shipwreck, half urban legend. For weeks, she vanished into the fog of the Atlantic. Then, in late February 2013, satellites picked up an emergency beacon, the ship's EPIRB, emergency position indicating radio beacon, broadcasting from 700 nautical miles off Carroll, Ireland. A second beacon followed in early March. These signals could only mean one thing. The devices, stored in her lifeboats, had been triggered by contact with seawater. To maritime experts, it was the final proof that the Lubov Orlova had met her end. Somewhere in the North Atlantic, battered by storms and weakened by rust, she had taken on water, capsized, and sunk. No wreck was ever located. No photographs confirmed her fate. One day she was drifting eastward. The next she was gone, consumed by the same ocean that had once carried her across the poles. The irony was stark. Built in 1976 in Yugoslavia, with an ice-strengthened hull and elegant Art Deco fittings, the Lubov Orlova had been designed for polar exploration. She had carried passengers to Antarctica and the Arctic, promising champagne toasts against backdrops of glaciers and penguins. But in the end, her last journey was a grotesque parody of those voyages. Alone, stripped of crew and passengers, drifting into oblivion. Her fate also exposed the murky world of shipping finance. Sold cheaply to shadowy companies, underinsured, neglected, and eventually abandoned, she embodied the vulnerabilities of the global maritime system. When she slipped her tow line, no nation or corporation wanted her back. She became a refugee of the seas, stateless and unwanted, until nature claimed her. The Caz 2, the plan was modest, even careful. A string of day sails up Australia's northeast coast before turning the long corner toward the top end and eventually home to Western Australia. No transoceanic bravado, just a coastal hop to build miles and confidence. Early on 15th April 2007, 3 middle-aged mates eased a tidy 10-meter class cruising catamaran out of Airlie Beach in Queensland's Whitsundays and pointed her bow north. The boat's name was painted plain across the stern, Caz 2. They were not strangers to boats, nor were they ocean racing hard cases. Derek Batten, the Perth businessman who owned Caz 2, had the steady procedural temperament you want in a skipper. List maker, instrument checker, T-first problem solver. Beside him were the Tunstead brothers, Peter and James. Older than Derek. Practical, unshowy men who could keep a tool in a straight line and a conversation on course. In photographs from that autumn, they carry the relaxed, matter-of-fact smiles of people doing something long imagined and finally begun. Caz 2 was exactly the kind of boat to make that promise feel real. Twin hulls meant stability and room to move. A compact rig meant there was nothing exotic to master. A small diesel hummed along when the wind turned sulky. She had a functional autopilot, a GPS chart plotter, a serviceable VHF set, and enough redundancy, spare lines, spare filters, spare fuses, to turn small inconveniences into nothing at all. The dinghy could ferry them ashore for fuel and bread. The EPIRB, emergency beacon, sat quietly in its bracket, the sort of safety item you check, bless, and hope never to need. Their first day out of Airlie Beach was what coastal cruising sells you in brochures. Trade wind puffs scratched white onto a blue that seemed to run all the way to Thursday Island. The cat lifted and set like a heartbeat. A reef-edged horizon flashed green where the Great Barrier Reef gathered its shoals into glassy pale lagoons. They ran close inshore, letting the mainland's long spine break the swell. The plan, Derek had told family, was to make short legs, overnight at anchor, and move again at first light. They were in no hurry. The route itself was the point. Logs and call notes from those first days, fragments family would later reread like talismans, sound exactly as you'd expect. A check-in here, a quick "all good there," a throwaway line about the breeze easing after lunch. They ate simply, the galley doing steady duty. Pan-fried fish when luck ran to silver, eggs and onions and thick buttered bread when it didn't. James, a meticulous sort, had packed the dry lockers with military neatness. Peter's corner had a tangle of lines, a paperback with the spine cracked, and a roll of electrical tape that migrated from surface to surface as small jobs presented themselves. Derek kept the laptop on the saloon table, open to weather and charts. An extra screen, a second pair of eyes. If there was an edge anywhere, it lay not in the men, but in the coast itself. North Queensland can be benevolent for a week and then, without malice or warning, spring a squall that turns placid water into a mess of breaking tops. The inner passages are studded with shallows and set with tidal flows that, on the wrong tide, grab a boat's bows and drag them sideways. It's a coast that rewards routine and punishes improvisation. Derek's routines were good ones. Reef early, tidy lines, keep the cockpit clear, check the bilges mid-afternoon, take bearings, log positions, sleep in watches even at anchor. Nothing exotic, just the slow, reassuring thrum of seamanship. On day 2 and day 3, they pushed on between islands and mainland, picking anchorages with the wind aft of the beam and the fetch small. The boat's fenders were sometimes left out, an old cruising habit when you know you'll settle against a wharf or fuel dock before dusk. And the fishing line trailed, a flick of bright lure marking their wake. They were spotted more than once by other traffic. Trawlers, a coastal freighter, the quick flash of a patrol aircraft that came and went in a minute. And nothing about Casda 2 warranted attention beyond the polite curiosity sailors extend to each other. A tidy little cat on a tidy little itinerary. If there's a hinge in every story, it's rarely audible at the time. Somewhere around 18th of April, as they worked the stretch of coast that bends through Hinchinbrook Channel and out toward Townsville, the conditions stiffened. A cross-sea, short period, awkward, kicked up, and gusts shouldered into the mainsail hard enough that you'd feel it in your knees. Cas 2's mainsail was not new. No mainsail on a modest cruising cat in the tropics is. Sails age the way rope burns do, slowly, then all at once. A gust snaps, a batten pocket strains. A headboard cracks its stitch line. It is the sound of canvas going brittle. A report like a cardboard box crushed fast. Whether that happened then or a day later, we cannot say. We do know that sometime between the 18th and the 20th, the sail would be found torn. But on the morning of 19th April, the rhythms were still ordinary. Coffee, a softness in the air ahead of noon heat. The engine idling a few minutes while they sorted the anchor chain. Somebody put a pan on for eggs. Somebody else glanced at a chart, and then at the GPS, and then at the sea ahead, noting that familiar small anxiety when shoal water shades the chart a lighter blue. It's the kind of morning where you swap hats and laugh about it, where the world outside the cockpit coalesces into a manageable set of tasks. Sheet in, ease out, check the telltales, each enough to occupy the mind and not one so large as to threaten it. They were, in other words, exactly where they were supposed to be. 3 competent coastal sailors on a capable boat, ticking off the miles along Australia's northeast shoulder, still well inside the stitched-together arc of plans they'd made around a dining table months earlier. Family in Perth could point to the chart on the wall and say, "Here, about here today." The men aboard could do the same with a finger laid on the screen, a routine made intimate by repetition. The camera on a patrol aircraft caught them once that day. Tiny figures on a white deck, moving in that loose choreography of a small crew who know who handles what. One is at the helm. One leans at the rail, looking down into the wake, where fishing lures do their slow, glassy wobble. One is half turned toward the mast, hand up, a short conversation with the wind. It is a perfectly unremarkable image, which is why it stayed on a hard drive and not in anyone's mind. Until the next images of Casda 2 were the kind that do not let you go. They slept that night within the sound of their own anchor chain. The sea ahead, past Cape Upstart, past Cape Bowling Green, past the comfortable cachet of Townsville's port, waited the way seas do, indifferent, available, a blank for human plans to be written on and sometimes erased. Morning would come. Coffee would steam in chipped mugs. The autopilot would hold a line while one of them went below to fetch a piece of toast, and the boat would make her quiet 6 knots across a line on a chart that, for the moment, meant only that, to be crossed and forgotten. Nothing in those first 5 days would have warned them, or anyone looking in, that Kaz the Second's name was about to become a byword. By 18 April, Kaz Tattoo had been underway for 3 days, tracking the familiar necklace of capes and islands. From the shore, her white hull might have looked like any other cruising cat threading the reef edge. But in the cockpit, the mood may have shifted. The trade wind stiffened, bending the sails hard, and the sea state grew confused. Wind against tide, short chop hammering at the bows. Nothing extreme, nothing a prudent sailor couldn't ride out, but enough to demand attention. That afternoon, a patrol aircraft from Australia's Border Protection Command passed overhead. Its camera recorded the catamaran in passing. Mainsail raised, jib partly furled, deck tidy. 3 figures were visible, each in motion. One stood at the helm, steady. Another leaned on the aft rail, fishing line trailing. A third moved toward the mast. To anyone reviewing the footage later, it looked exactly as it should. 3 men alive, occupied with the minutiae of sailing. This was the last unquestioned sighting of the crew. The next day, conditions worsened. Gusts slapped the sails harder. Somewhere in the cycle of reefing and easing, Kaz Tattoo's mainsail tore. We know this because when rescuers later boarded, the ragged canvas was still lashed to the boom, a wound in fabric that told of pressure suddenly too great. For a small crew, a ripped sail means exertion. Untying, lowering, bundling, deciding whether to patch or simply motor on. It is the kind of task that forces men onto deck, hands on lines, eyes squinting into spray. Yet nothing in the plane's footage suggested panic. The men were upright, orderly, behaving as sailors behave when seas are messy, but not mortal. What happened in the hours that followed, between those calm images and the eerie silence to come, remains the heart of the Kaz 2 mystery. By the 20th of April, the boat had continued northward. Radio check-ins had ceased, but that was not unusual. Amateur coastal cruisers often left gaps between calls. The assumption ashore was simple. Kaz 2 was still making steady miles. No alarms were raised. Families expected a routine arrival at Townsville within days. What no one could know was that, even as the little catamaran pressed on under autopilot, her 3 companions in this adventure were about to vanish, leaving behind a tableau so unsettling it would be compared, again and again, to the most famous ghost ship of them all, the Mary Celeste. On the afternoon of 20th April 2007, the routine skies above the Whitsunday Passage held a quiet observer. A surveillance helicopter patrolling Australia's northern approaches caught sight of a small sailing catamaran. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Kaz the 2 was neatly underway, mainsail set, jib partially furled, course steady. But as the machine circled lower, something felt wrong. There was no one on deck. From above, the cockpit appeared deserted, no figure at the helm, no hand on a sheet. Yet the vessel made way cleanly, as though guided by an invisible helmsman. The observers logged the position, but, with no distress signal transmitted, did not intervene immediately. Sailboats could be left briefly on autopilot. Perhaps the crew were resting below. By 22 April, doubts became alarm. Another patrol aircraft noted the same yacht, now drifting oddly, sails flapping loose, motion sluggish. This time, the report triggered action. The Coast Guard dispatched a boarding party. When rescuers clambered over the stern ladder, they entered a scene as eerie as it was immaculate. The deck was tidy, ropes coiled neatly, fenders secured. Nothing of the chaos of storm or mutiny. The engines were idling. Keys still in ignition, fuel sufficient. The autopilot engaged, as if the skipper had stepped away only moments earlier. Food waited on the table, a laptop open, a meal half prepared in the galley, utensils laid out. Clothing and gear remained. Personal effects, wallets, passports, all present. No sign of struggle, no forced entry, nothing looted. The torn mainsail hung in place, mute evidence of weather endured. But of the three men, Derek Batten, Peter Tunstead, James Tunstead, there was not a trace. Searchers shouted into cabins, knocked on hatches, even checked the water tanks. Silence. A single small dinghy still hung on its davits. Life jackets were neatly stowed. The radio worked. The EPIRB emergency beacon remained untouched. It was as though the crew had simply stood up and walked off the deck into air. In official reports, the phrase recurs. Everything was in order, except the missing men. Investigators could not help but recall the Mary Celeste, abandoned in 1872 in the mid-Atlantic, its cargo intact, her people vanished. Now, here was a modern twin, a ghost ship set adrift not in the distant 19th century, but in the electronic age of GPS and satellite patrols. The mystery of CAS-2 had begun. Once the boarding team confirmed CAS-2 was deserted, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, IMESA, launched a full-scale search operation. For 6 days, aircraft and rescue vessels combed more than 20,000 square kilometers of ocean, from the Whitsunday Islands eastward into the Coral Sea. Spotters scanned wave after wave for a lifeboat, a flare, even a body. Nothing appeared. Not a scrap of clothing, not an oar, not a hand raised from the swells. Meanwhile, journalists swarmed. The modern Mary Celeste, some headlines declared, reviving that old shorthand for a ship found intact but mysteriously abandoned. Yet this was not the 19th century. This was 2007, an age of satellites and radios, when men could call home from almost any latitude. How, then, could 3 healthy, middle-aged sailors vanish without a whisper? Early theories circled like gulls. Accident while handling the torn sail. The mainsail of CAS-2 was ripped. Perhaps all 3 had been trying to bring it down in rising wind. One man slipped, another lunged to help, and within seconds, all were overboard. Without life jackets, even strong swimmers would struggle against the current. A sudden squall. The Coral Sea is infamous for unpredictable bursts of weather. A rogue wave might have swept across the deck, catching them unawares. But why had no one triggered the EPIRB beacon? Mechanical problem. Could fumes, electrocution, or even carbon monoxide incapacitate them? Inspectors found no evidence. The engines ran smoothly. The cabin showed no trace of fire or gas. Foul play. In the first days, some speculated about piracy. Yet CAS-2 carried no treasure, only supplies, charts, and gear. Nothing was stolen. Search crews grew grim. One officer recalled how the sea keeps its secrets quickly. By the end of April, IMSA suspended active searching. Officially, Derek Batten and the Tunstead brothers were lost at sea. But the case would not end there. For the public and for investigators, the unanswered details demanded deeper scrutiny. Jensung. In March 2006, the Gulf of Carpentaria, a vast bay along Australia's northern coast, was usually calm. But then, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared. Coastal surveillance stations and patrol aircraft of the Australian Customs Service reported a large vessel drifting aimlessly. with no AIS signal, no radio contact. It was a sight both abnormal and unsettling. A massive cargo ship, its paint faded, its name barely legible, Jianseng, floating silently in the warm waters without a single person on board. As patrol ships drew closer, the silence on deck only deepened the tension. No engine hum, no watchkeeper, no national flag on the mast. Rust streaked down her hull, scars of long abandonment. The officers, seasoned in emergencies at sea, sensed something more unusual than a simple breakdown. This was not merely a disabled vessel. This was a ghost ship in the 21st century. Orders came: board and inspect. The boarding team stepped onto the main deck. They expected to find a crew in distress, or at least some trace of human presence. Instead, what they found left them speechless. Absolute emptiness. No people, no personal belongings, no maritime documents. The galley was cold, devoid of fresh food, only stains and empty containers. Cabins were tidy, yet uninhabited. No letters, no logbooks, nothing. In the engine room, they discovered the main engine heavily damaged, with several components seemingly removed on purpose. Fuel tanks were bone dry. This did not look like sudden misfortune. Jianseng appeared deliberately abandoned, as though used and discarded. Strangely, there was no evidence of piracy or violence. No blood, no smashed locks, nothing to suggest a struggle. Everything pointed to a quiet, almost clinical scenario. The crew vanished. The ship left behind. In the days that followed, word of Jianseng leaked into the Australian press. The image of a large cargo ship, without nationality, without crew, drifting just off Australian waters, stirred both unease and fascination. Headlines dubbed it a modern ghost ship, placing it alongside legends like the Mary Celeste. But the crucial difference was this: Mary Celeste was a story of the 19th century. Jianseng was real, immediate. A mystery not of distant history, but of the very age of globalization and satellite surveillance. Immediately after patrol forces confirmed that Jianseng carried no crew at all, the Australian government launched a full-scale investigation. This was not just a random derelict. Its appearance in the Gulf of Carpentaria raised serious concerns about maritime security, smuggling, and even environmental risk. Naval engineers and security officers were put aboard to conduct a detailed inspection. What they found only deepened the mystery. The cargo hold was almost empty, containing only a few torn sacks of rice, discolored from damp. Rice is often used as supply cargo for illegal fishing fleets, a detail that led many to suspect Jianseng had once served as a supply ship for smuggling or for supporting pirate or illegal fishing operations in Southeast Asian waters. The main engine had been dismantled, key components missing, effectively reducing Jianseng to a giant metal carcass. This reinforced the theory that the vessel had been staged for abandonment, with no intention of ever being repaired or brought to port. The ship's name, Jianseng, painted on her hull, was faded and unclear. No IMO number was found, and no flag was flying. Worldwide, every legitimate commercial vessel must have an IMO number permanently etched into its steel structure. But Jianseng had none. In effect, the ship barely existed in any international registry. Border officers and maritime intelligence combed through every cabin, hoping to find papers, a logbook, even a map. But nothing was there. No journals, no ownership documents, no safety certificates, no clues. Meanwhile, the Australian press asked the obvious question. Was Jianseng simply a ghost of the commercial fleet, used for shadowy purposes, and then discarded when no longer useful? Some maritime analysts argued that in Southeast Asia at the time, many old ships were dismantled illegally or repurposed as supply vessels for illegal fishing fleets. Jianseng might have been part of this murky chain, and when it broke down, it was cut loose to avoid the cost of disposal. Even so, the Australian government faced a dilemma. Keep Jian Seng for deeper investigation, or destroy it due to the risks it posed to security and the environment. At nearly 80 meters long and weighing thousands of tons, it was more than scrap metal. It was an enigma possibly tied to smuggling, illegal fishing, or even espionage. The initial investigation concluded that Jian Seng showed no signs of having committed a specific crime within Australian waters. But its very presence was enough to highlight vulnerabilities in northern maritime security. When Jian Seng was abandoned off the Gulf of Carpentaria in 2006, the biggest question was not where it was, but where it had come from, and why it had been left to drift. In the months that followed, a wave of theories emerged, ranging from the practical to the conspiratorial, turning the vessel into one of the most notable modern maritime mysteries. One widely supported theory held that Jian Seng was an illegal resupply ship. The key evidence? The moldy sacks of rice left in the hold. Rice is a common supply for illegal fishing fleets operating in international waters, particularly in Southeast Asia. Jian Seng may have once served as a floating station, providing food, fuel, and even weapons to unlicensed fishing boats. When her engine failed, she was abandoned rather than towed for repairs, the cost deemed too great. Another line of thought suggested Jian Seng had been part of the illicit ship-breaking trade. In the early 2000s, many aging vessels were bought and sold through shell companies, often with no legal documentation. Some were secretly dismantled, others simply cast adrift to avoid the expense of scrapping in port. With her dismantled engine and lack of an IMO number, Jian Seng fit this profile. A ghost ship discarded like industrial waste, only to drift into Australian waters. Conspiracy theories pushed the story further. Some Australian newspapers speculated that Jian Seng might have been a spy vessel, used to monitor offshore oil operations or to test shipping routes. Security analysts dismissed this quickly. The ship was far too old, lacked modern electronics, and showed no signs of ever being outfitted for military use. Another, stranger suggestion was that Jian Seng had drifted thousands of kilometers from Indonesia or beyond after being abandoned at sea. Ocean currents in the region could, in theory, have carried the ship into the Gulf of Carpentaria. Yet many seasoned sailors argued that a vessel of that size was unlikely to drift unnoticed for so long. In the end, whatever her origin, every theory converged on the same unsettling conclusion. The ocean can serve as a dumping ground for nameless ghost ships. And Jian Seng was living proof, or rather, a silent hulk of that truth. We began with the Mary Celeste, a ship found adrift in 1872 with her cargo intact, her meals untouched, her crew vanished without a trace. We ended with the Jianseng, a nameless hulk drifting into Australian waters in 2006, stripped of every clue, her silence more deafening than any distress call. Between those two bookends lies a gallery of ghost ships, each one a fragment of history, each one a riddle without a key. The Octavious, frozen in Arctic ice for 13 years, its captain's hand forever poised over his logbook. The Esperanza, a Spanish bark left eerily intact, her name Hope turned cruel irony. The HMS Resolute, abandoned in Arctic desolation only to sail itself 1,200 miles, as if refusing to die. The Baychimo, trapped, freed, and then drifting for 3 decades in the polar sea, like a phantom that refused to rest. The Ourang Medan, filled with dead men whose faces were frozen in terror, still debated as myth or massacre. The Carroll A Deering, left with sails raised and food on the table, swallowed into the lore of the Bermuda Triangle. The Lyubov Orlova, a Soviet cruise ship turned legal nightmare, loosed upon the Atlantic as tabloids screamed of cannibal rats. The Kaz II, a modern yacht found sailing calmly with a meal still warm and 3 men gone, as if the sea itself had plucked them away. Each story feels different. Frozen death, silent disappearance, bureaucratic negligence, mutiny, storm, smuggling, sabotage. And yet, when you place them side by side, a pattern emerges. The sea does not kill cleanly. It erases. It leaves behind empty rooms, open logbooks, set tables, and hulls drifting without masters. It leaves behind enough for us to know that something happened, but never enough to know what. That is the paradox of ghost ships. They are not really about the ships at all. They are about absence, about what's missing. The missing crew, the missing answers, the missing certainty. In their silence, we see ourselves reflected. Our fear of being forgotten. Our dread of vanishing without explanation. The ocean is vast, yes, but it is also intimate in its cruelty. It can hold on to a body of waterlogged wood for centuries, yet erase the men who built it, sailed it, lived upon it. The sea is both an archive and a shredder, storing fragments while destroying context. And so, we are left with riddles. Some call ghost ships cautionary tales, warnings about storms, ice, or negligence. Some call them legends, stories embellished until they feel larger than life. Some insist they hide darker truths, piracy, espionage, conspiracies that governments prefer buried under waves. But in truth, the sea is not obliged to answer us. It gives us the wreck, but not the reason. What unites Mary Celeste and Jianseng is not time or place, but resonance. One sailed in an age of canvas and superstition, the other in an age of satellites and bureaucracy. And yet, both left the same ache, the same gap in human knowledge. After centuries of progress, after radars, radios, satellites, and GPS, the ocean still swallows truth with the same ease it did in 1872. Maybe that is why these stories endure. Not because they frighten us, though they do, but because they humble us. They remind us that no matter how powerful our ships, how advanced our navigation, how complete our maps, there is still a frontier we cannot tame. A frontier that can take not just lives, but explanations. For some, ghost ships are entertainment, campfire tales of curses and phantoms. For others, they are puzzles waiting to be solved, each scrap of evidence a clue in a centuries-long investigation. But for those who have spent nights at sea, staring into the horizon where sky bleeds into water, They are reminders of something deeper. That the ocean is not just a place. It is an actor in its own right. It does not explain. It does not justify. It only endures. And perhaps that is why we keep telling these stories. Not because we expect an answer, but because telling them is a way of fighting the silence. A way of refusing to let the sea erase everything. To speak the names: Mary Celeste, Octavious, Esperanza, Resolute, Baychimo, Ourang Medan, Carroll A, Deering, Lyubov Orlova, Kaz the Sen, Jian Seng. Each name a candle against the tide, each name a defiance. So as we close this series, let us admit what the sea already knows. These mysteries will never be solved completely, and that is not failure. It is legacy. Every unanswered question becomes part of the lore. Every silence becomes another echo in the long conversation between humanity and the ocean. Perhaps one day, another ghost ship will drift into view, and the cycle will begin again. Sailors will whisper. Reporters will speculate. Families will wait for answers that never arrive. And once again, we will be reminded of the truth we try so hard to forget. That for all our progress, for all our science, the ocean still belongs to itself. And sometimes, it keeps the truth. Forever.